I've already kind of briefly mentioned before. The key here is to debate in a constructive manner, to debate in a manner that leads to building solutions that involves everyone. Okay, there I will of course allow for points of agreement and disagreement, but at the end of the day we have to constantly remind ourselves of what the agenda is, what the gathering is. This is a Human Rights Council meeting. The agenda is regarding minority protections for affected parties in the Sudan. So I will be strongly suggesting that all of you ensure that your points are in topic, they align with the diplomatic positions of your respective nations, and ensure that when it is their time to speak, they are given the room and the respect to do so. Right. Now, the chair now calls the meeting of the United Nations Human Rights Council to order. We will first begin with roll call. When your country is called, please respond with present or present and voting. US. UK. Germany. Canada. Australia. Japan. Excuse me. I'd urge all delegates to please be loud and clear. Okay. Yeah. Would it be possible to provide 1 or 2 mics? At least 1 mic per block. Yeah. Italy. Okay. Saudi Arabia.
Hello.
Russia. Turkey. Iran.
Hello.
South Africa. Nigeria. Kenya. Chad. UAE. China. Okay. Uganda. South Sudan. Somalia. Sudan. India. With that, we have now completed roll call. Delegates, the agenda as it's the provisional agenda as we stands is rights and protections of minorities with special emphasis on the current situation in Sudan. There are no objections. We will proceed to adopt this agenda by general consent and move towards the GSL. I think there are no objections. Regarding the general structure of today's debate, I think it's important I just list it out. What I propose we do is that we will have a GSL 1 followed by a mod caucus 1 and an unmod caucus 2, after which we will have a GSL 2, a mod caucus 2, and then an unmod caucus 2, and then we will proceed with draft resolution, and we'll conclude the ceremony. During the course of the ceremony, at some point, I'm sure we'll structure a break so that you guys can get your refreshments and just get kind of freshened up. As Yugavardhan has already stated, you will not be making use of any AI or any net access What you debate today is purely based on the strength of your research, and I hope you'll keep that in mind. So now we will be opening up the general speakers list. Any delegates that wish to be added may raise their placards. This is for GSL 1. Okay. 1 second. I need to. Just a moment. Right, would the delegates please raise their placards? Yeah. Can you please? It's not clear. Can you please? Yeah, Turkey. Yeah, Russia, South Africa. A total of 13 countries have put their placards up for GSL. So what I propose is that we will ask for 5 from each block, and the remaining will be given an opportunity to speak in GSL 2. I hope that's fine with the delegates present. Speaking time for the GSL is set at 90 seconds per speaker, unless the House wishes to change it. I think we are in order. All right. Firstly, I would like to start by calling the delegate from UK to start our GSL. One second.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good morning everyone. The United Kingdom believes Sudan is facing a crisis so severe that calling it a conflict silenced and hunted, while the world somehow continues to monitor the situation. How much more is there to monitor? The UK stands firmly on 3 principles. First, minority protection is non-negotiable. The Masalit, Fur and other groups are not bargaining chips in a power struggle. They deserve safety, identity, not bullets and burn homes. Second, accountability matters. Yes, both SAF and RSF have violated human rights, but to stop helping Sudan in ways that miraculously make things worse. If your support fuels weapons, refugees, or chaos, it's not mediation, it's interference. The United Kingdom stands for a Sudan where minorities survive not because of luck, but because of law, justice, and international protection. Thank you.
I would now to the delegate from the UK has 16 seconds to spare. Would you like to yield it to the chair, or would you prefer to yield it to the next delegate? Right. I will now be calling upon the delegate from the UAE.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good morning everyone else here. The United Arab Emirates absolutely refutes claims that it supports any party to Sudan's civil conflict and reaffirms its commitment to regional stability and humanitarian principles. With minorities such as Masalit suffering at the hands of some of the worst sectarian violence in the Darfur, for example, more than $100 million in UAE assistance since 2023 has ensured the delivery of the food, medical supplies, and shelter to several million displaced persons while supporting ceasefires through diplomatic channels by IGAD and the United Nations. The UAE calls upon all parties to cease hostilities, protect civilians, and allow unrestricted humanitarian access. We urge international partnerships on arms embargoes, reconstruction, and inclusive peace negotiation that preserve the diversity of Sudan and helps it regain stability. Thank you.
The delegate from UAE has 27 seconds for that they be yielded to the next speaker or passed to the chair. Okay, right. Okay. Now I would like to move things along and invite the delegate from US.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Sudan is facing one of the gravest humanitarian crises of all times. The RSF, that is the Rapid Support Forces, have killed over 16,000 civilians and displaced over 11 million people. These are not just numbers, these are dead bodies on the streets. They have left millions without access to food, medicine, and shelter. Villages have been burned down, hospitals have been destroyed, and schools have turned into terrorist camps and being displaced. Minority communities are being targeted simply for who they are and who they stand for. This at the cost of human life. The United Nations and the US has always stood for humanity and justice. We, as the United States of America, have donated over 20 billion in aids and have helped millions of Sudanese survive, protect civilians, and worked along the roadmap of United Nations. Honorable Delegate and the EB, these are not just numbers. This is about the fathers, the mothers, the children, and the communities whose life have been shattered. The USA calls for immediate protection of Sudan's minority and accountability of the RSF perpetrators for urgent global attention to prevent further catastrophe. Let us act before more lives are lost, because the measure of our humanity is how we respond and how we are defenseless at this point. The consequences have been catastrophic. Entire villages have been razed, schools and hospitals have been destroyed. We should act fast, or else the Sudan will take over. Thank you.
I would urge delegates to stick to the time allotted, which is 90 seconds per speaker. The delegate from US crossed that mark, so please, I would hope future delegates will note that. I would next like to invite the delegate from Chad.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Chad speaks as a frontline state, not some distant observer. Sudan's war has poured more than 1 million refugees, many from the Masalit and other persecuted minorities in the world. Our villages are now hosting survivors of ethnic cleansing from El Janina and across Jafar, while our own people struggle for food, water, and security. This delegation rejects any attempt to turn a fragile Sahelian state into a scapegoat for a war fueled by foreign money, weapons, and geopolitical games. Chad has declared its neutrality, called for an end to all external arms flows to both SAF and RSF, and cooperated with humanitarian agencies even as state capacity is stretched to breaking point. Those who ship drones and ammunitions into Sudan while issuing statements on human rights should be the first to answer for the massacre of minorities, not the country sheltering its victims. We call 1. A monitored arms embargo on all Sudanese parties. 2. UN-AU probes into minority-targeted crimes. 3. Urgent funding for Chad's refugee burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll be calling upon the delegate from Russia.
Hello. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, good morning to one and all. Russia takes the floor with a truth many are afraid to say. The world speaks loudly of human rights, yet acts softly when humans are actually dying. Sudan is not a crisis of ethnicity, nor a crisis of territory. It is a crisis of international hypocrisy, where words fly faster than aid and promises are higher than protection. Russia believes simple, yet powerful. A minority is not defined by numbers, but how the world treats them when it matters. Today in Sudan, minorities are not just losing their homes, they are losing their identity, their dignity, their history, piece by piece, memory by memory, and the global community busy writing statements while families are writing names on the sands of displacement. But let me ask the House a question. What a good is a resolution if it cannot resolve? What a good is a promise if it never protects? Russia refused to repeat the same failure that turns Rwanda into a warning and Darfur into a documentary. Because delegates, a bridge cannot be built by choosing a river, it is built by connecting both shores. Let us not turn Sudan into another threat of geopolitical, where we prove the world can ride before it's too late. Because in the end, humanity is not divided by borders, only by the decision we failed to take. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we have already heard a variety of perspectives on the humanitarian situation in Sudan as it stands, and some of the ideas regarding the minority protection frameworks. So I'm glad that we are holding discussions in that spirit. The floor remains open. Now I would like to invite the delegate from South Sudan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Republic of South Sudan believes that instability in one's neighbors.
I would now like to invite the delegate. I would now like to invite the delegate from India.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of India acknowledges the seriousness of the ongoing humanitarian situation in Sudan and its impact on minority communities. India believes that protecting human dignity and ensuring access to essential resources must remain the top priority of this Council. At the same time, India emphasizes that all actions taken by the international community must respect Sudan's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national ownership. As stated in the UN Charter, solutions imposed externally prolonging instability rather than resolving it. India supports regional mediation efforts led by the African Union, IGAD, and key partners such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, as these actors possess contextual understanding and established diplomatic channels. India stands committed to constructive cooperation focused on humanitarian access, minority protection, and sustainable peace achieved through dialogue, not force. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite the delegate from Sudan.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable.
It's working, you can speak, just volume is low. Speak.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and designated delegates and respected participants. Today, I stand before you to address a matter of urgent global concern: the protection of minority rights with a special focus on the unfoldable situation in Sudan. Minorities, whether defined by religion, language, culture, must be equal rights and safety. These principles are not optional. They are the foundations of international human rights law and essential for the global peace and stability. Sudan is currently facing one of the world's largest human rights and protection crisis. The conclusion, protection minority rights is not just a national responsibility, but shared.
Is the time being used? 20 seconds. 20 seconds per card is completed.
Thank you, Sudan. Now, next I would like to invite Saudi Arabia.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, a very good morning. Saudi Arabia believes that a nation's strength is measured by how it protects its most vulnerable. The attacks on minorities in Sudan are not just violations of human rights. They are threats to regional stability and to the dignity of humanity itself. As the custodian of the two holy mosques, the kingdom believes as a hold of a moral duty to stand for justice, compassion, and protection of all communities, regardless of faith or ethnicity. Through the Jeddah talks, Saudi Arabia has worked closely with the international community, especially the United States, to push for ceasefires and humanitarian access. Our stance is firm. Violence against minorities must end. Humanitarian corridors must open and accountability must be ensured. Let this council remember, peace is not secured by power, but by the protection of people. Saudi Arabia stands ready to work with all nations committed to restoring safety and dignity of every civilian in Sudan, avoiding one-sided faction. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite the final delegate for GSL 1, Iran.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Iran expresses profound concerns over the escalating violence in Sudan, where minority communities are targeted continuously. These largely carried out arms non-state actors demand urgent and united international attention. Iran believes that true and sustainable minority protection can be achieved through respect for Sudan's sovereignty, strengthening state institutions, rejecting any form of foreign interface that fuels the conflict, parallel militants serving as substitute to national authority, nor external involvement can deliver lasting peace. We further noted unilateral sanctions imposed by certain states, restricting the humanitarian access and harm vulnerable minority populations. Iran emphasizes the need to combat illegal gold smuggling networks which continue to finance the armed groups and undermine stability. Finally, we call neutral humanitarian couriers to approach for providing aid to the minorities, ensuring every minority community in Sudan receives protection, dignity, and justice they deserve. Thanking you.
With that, we have now concluded GSL 1. The remaining speakers will be asked to present their points of view in GSL 2. Thank you. We can't stick to the tentative schedule that I had mentioned, but I would like to now open the floor for any motions to be raised by the delegates from both the blocks. Yes, the delegate from South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a motion for each delegate for 1.5 minutes on the topic investigating alleged complicity of external actors in Sudan's minority atrocities and war crimes. Investigating alleged complicity of external actors in Sudan's minority
So you're proposing a moderated caucus discussion on this topic of 1.5 minutes per speaker. Okay, so the delegate of South Africa has proposed a motion advocating for a moderated caucus of 1.5 minutes per speaker on the issue of investigating alleged complicity of external actors in Sudan's minority-related atrocities and war. Those in favor may raise their placards now. The votes are clear. 14 nations are in favor. The dais, we will now begin the first moderated caucus with the topic investigating alleged complicity of external actors in Sudan's minority-related atrocities and war crimes. I would also like to remind the delegate that they mentioned time per speaker. They did not mention the total duration of the caucus. Okay. So the time is set to 30 minutes. You've already advocated for 30 minutes. I think we'll stick with 30 minutes. So it is set at 30 minutes with 1.5 minutes per speaker as requested. Delegates, okay, in that case anyhow, I will first start by calling the delegate of South Africa, since they've raised the motion.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa is done with hypocrisy. Minority communities in Sudan are being exterminated, and somehow certain external actors believe the appropriate response in this committee is emotional. But unfortunately, this do not erase satellite-targeted cargo flights, suspicious border transits, or consistent allegations of material support to armed groups. While the UAE performs sentiment, civilians in Darfur face slaughter, and the external actors continue to deny involvement while blocking inspections, hiding manifests, and drowning evidence under emotional theatrics. This committee must investigate the alleged complicity of every external actors fueling atrocities against Sudan's minority. If states are truly innocent, they should welcome transparency, not distract the room with such heartfelt verses. South Africa demands full access, full
Next delegate who is thought to be speaking. Any more delegates can raise their placards. Once the EB approves, you can start speaking.
Delegates who wish to speak after the delegate of South Africa, please raise your placards. Raise your placards. Any more? Any more? Any more? Completely, please raise your placards at once. All the delegates. It's fine. Please keep your placards raised until the EP says.
Thank you. I would encourage more members from this block to speak for the moderated caucus. Right now, the representation is disproportionately towards this block. Right now, only one of the delegates from the UAE has put their hands up for the moderated caucus. So I would encourage a few of you to please put your placards up if you're interested. Would the delegate of Germany like to contribute to the moderator caucus? Okay.
A neutral, fact-based inquiry led by relevant with cooperation from regional partners such as the African Union and IGAD alongside humanitarian oversight. India remains committed to supporting peace, stability and justice, not through confrontation but through dialogue and lawful international mechanisms. Thank you.
Make sure that you stand and you speak confidently. Second thing, do not create any sort of discussions among peer delegates such that creates a disturbance. Fine? Thank you.
And a few of you are falling short of 1.5 minutes. So for those delegates in particular, if any of the other members have questions that they want to ask, they may ask questions. I think we can, let's limit it to 1 or 2, not more than that. We want to ensure that we are able to finish the mod on time. So that was the case with the delegate from India. I think we finished with about 20 seconds to go. Okay. So if there are no questions for the delegate from India, I think we will proceed with the next delegate, which is from Saudi Arabia. Just a moment.
Shall I proceed?
Yes.
The Kingdom emphasizes that any external actor, state or non-state, that supplies weapons or logistical channels to malicious targeting minorities in Darfur must be held accountable under international law. Saudi Arabia believes in neutrality is not achieved by declarations, but by actions. If nation asserts sovereignty and humanitarian values, its actions must align with its words on the ground. This council must remember that humanitarian aid cannot coexist with clandestine arms transfers. Any nation claiming one while being accused of other must welcome transparent international security. For the protection of minorities to be real, the Council must investigate all foreign influences that have intensified the conflict regardless of any political convenience.
Are there any questions for the delegate from Saudi Arabia? Anyone from the...
Yes. Yes.
Just, yeah, just wait a minute.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has recently hosted Jeddah talks. Are you aware of that? Does it support strengthening Sudan's legitimate institutions, or does it remain neutral? How does KSA balance the neutrality? How do you balance the neutrality? When it comes to your closest partner, UAE?
Yeah, I think unless we can get one mic per row, I think you ask a question, let them follow up, and then, yeah, I think that would be better. Yes, so did the delegate from Saudi Arabia understand the question that was raised by Iran?
Yes, I do understand. Okay. So, thing is, firstly, you are asking about our You are asking about our relation with UAE, right? So to start with UAE, UAE has been proved that by the International Court of Justice that it has been supporting the RSF, right? It is a one-sided faction. So when there is a one-sided faction, we can't be the partitions of UAE. We support humanitarian ground, we support neutrality, we indeed support peace over one-sided faction. Fine. So that is the reason why we are not aligning with UAE, and this is why US is having hosted the Jeddah talks with us. Because we are very clear. Our stance is we want peace, we want a harmony in between all the nations. We don't want to we don't want to set a narrative as if we are, pretending to be holding up the peace. But inside, we are not just like UAE supporting this RSF or any other militias in that regard, right?
Hello.
What? Can you? Yes, I do recognize. See, in fact, Sudan itself has posted that UAE must come out of the interference, right? This is the proof. You can just go through it. So, we are not the partitions of UAE. We are not going to involve in any sort of faction. We oppose faction. We support humanity. That's it.
Hello, check. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
The fact that
Let me just cut in here. I think this line of questioning is going on for too long. There is one important clarification that I would like to ensure all delegates are aware of. As of this moment, no nation that is a United Nations member recognizes the RSF as a force that represents the wills and aspirations of the Sudanese people. So I would hope that all delegates make the necessary changes. Yes, that's the current position within the UNS. There isn't a single nation that is what we say pro-RSF or recognizes the RSF. There is a slight difference in foreign policy with regards to Saudis, the position taken by the delegate of Saudi Arabia. Historically, at least, we've been more on the side of anti-sanctions, okay, trying to respect the sovereignty of Sudan and more aligned to the SAF. So this is just a point I want to bring to everyone's attention. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to invite UAE to continue the mod. Can someone please can someone please keep one mic for each row if possible? Okay. No. So until then, what we'll do is that let the delegates speak. If they're short of time, then I will open the floor to questions. Let's limit the questions to one, because we can't have this back and forth in the mod session. There's a time for that later. Okay.
The United Arab Emirates believes that the crisis in Sudan is sadly aggravated by external interference, such as from the states like Iran, openly supplying drones and weapons to the Sudanese armed forces, and the United States, whose multifaceted involvement has facilitated ceasefire talks and while indirectly supporting military operations, and their panel reports without proper and clear-cut evidence lacking forensic reports. Moreover, in addition never cared about the civilians. Thank you.
There's about 15 seconds that they're short of. Yes, I think the delegate from South Africa has a question.
I stop at this. ఇది కూడా పోతాను రెండు పోతాను అది పోతా ఉండదు చూడు లైఫ్ చూడ అయిపోయింది అయిపోయింది లైఫ్ నేను చాలా డిలీట్ చేస్తాను ఫస్ట్ ముందు లైవ్ దీంట్లో స్టార్ట్ చేసావా మైక్ అన్ని దాంట్లో కనెక్ట్ అయ్యింది దానికి బ్రౌజర్ లింక్ పెట్టి పెట్టాను ఏం చేస్తాను
When you are very regarding terrorism procedure, then that is when you place what we call a point.
చెప్పేసావు బ్రాడ్కాస్ట్ సెట్టింగ్స్ ఏడుంది ఫస్ట్ ఇది ఏంద్రా అని
Next, the United Kingdom.
రెండు ఓబిఎస్ ఓపెన్ అయింది ఒక ఓబిఎస్ అది ఒకటేనా ఓబిఎస్ ఉండేది ఇంకొకటి
Delegates, the United Kingdom is deeply concerned that some external actors seem to care more about politics than human lives in Sudan. Every delay in aid, every blocked delivery, and every weapon sent makes the suffering of civilians worse. Children go hungry, families are forced from their homes, and entire communities are put
కెమెరా మెయిన్ స్ట్రీట్ లో కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలి ఇక్కడ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి ఇక్కడ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి అక్కడే కష్టం ఓబిఎస్ అకౌంట్ ఏదో చేస్తాం స్ట్రీమింగ్ పోతా వీడియో మాత్రం
Thank you.
Any questions for from UK?
స్ట్రీమింగ్ పెట్టాలి ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ ఆన్ పెట్టాలి
No questions from Nigeria. Delegate Ram has a question from UK and London.
అది వైర్ మార్చారు
Delegate Ram has a question from UK and
Sound rise. Innocent people are protected by those who play governments or
Delegate Ram has a question from UK.
Sound rise. Innocent people are protected by those who
You specify the nature of sanctions. What sanctions specifically? Delegate Ram has a question from UK.
Sound rise. Innocent people are protected by those who
You specify the nature of sanctions. What sanctions
It affects the minorities cultures and even supports various actions on Sudan.
You specify the nature of sanctions. What sanctions specifically are there? The sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
It affects the minorities cultures and even supports
on
various
how
actions on Sudan.
protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. So I would suggest specific question. What sanctions specifically are there? The sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
It affects the minorities cultures and even supports
on
various
how
actions on Sudan.
protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. So I would suggest specific question. What sanctions specifically are there? The sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
It affects the minorities cultures and even
delegate
supports
this on how
various actions on Sudan.
protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. So I would suggest specific question. What sanctions specifically are there? Why the sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
It affects the minorities cultures and even
delegate
supports
this on how we can say protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. So I would suggest specific question. What sanctions specifically are there? Why the sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
it affects the minorities cultures and even
delegate
supports
this on how we can say protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. So I would suggest specific question. What sanctions specifically are there? Why the sanctions that Iran has imposed that the UK has based on
it affects the minorities cultures and even
delegate
supports
this on how we can say protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. Please stop that we got specific question. Why sanctions specifically? Why the sanction usually imposed that the UK has based on delegate this on how we can say protects the minorities. The sanction usually based on the nature of sanctions. Please stop that we got specific question. Why sanctions specifically? Why the sanction usually imposed that the UK has based on
Honorable Chair, Canada organized the protect minority communities focus not on addressing internal items, but also examining the role of external support that may contribute to continued violence. Canada highlights the accountability guided by governments that protect minority communities focus not on addressing internal items, but also examining the role of external support that may contribute to continued violence. Canada highlights the accountability guided by governments that protect minority communities focus not on addressing internal items, but also examining the role of external support that may contribute to national law. Canada highlights that fewer guided governments protect minority communities focus not on addressing items, but also examining the role of external support that may contribute to national law. Canada highlights that fewer guided governments protect minority communities focus not on addressing items,
the applicant wishes to speak up regarding this issue because there's a lot of the opinions and the points which you have spoken come from the European Union and I would request the applicant wishes to speak up regarding this issue because there's a lot of the chat the opinions There was three channels. One channel is openly coming from the European United Nations. While the US channel amplified Trump's stating of countries given the three channels. One channel openly coming from the European United Nations. While the US channel amplified Trump's stating of countries given the three channels.
America does not have its own money. And symbols are calling Muslim communities in all over Sudan and in West, therefore, El Trina. If you want to stop this ethnic cleansing of Muslim, do not put more condemnation letters. We need to cut supply chain. Turkey proposes simple mechanisms, an international forensic audit of the supply chain, diffusing the RSL. If you are a nation secretly funding this war crimes, preaching humanitarian rights in this war, you cannot feed the fire with one hand and the fire department puts it out. So stop funding. It's a
Yes, I believe the delegate way as well.
So you are mentioning years test. RSMs. Okay. The one side you are supporting the bombardment of the hospitals of and the government and the system. Can you explain this all?
yes. Turkey believes in sovereign nation. Turkey believes in accountability.
Then
I follow getting so Then we give him time. They may follow. And yes, talk of the language is aligned. It's a diplomatic forum. This is a moderating. So this isn't the point of time where we need to raise up. This is the time that comes. Yeah.
Turkey believes in sovereignty and state. Turkey believes in accountability for the acts. As UN mentions, UN recognizes the Sudanese armed forces, which is the national army. So Turkey supports its sovereignty of the nation to protect itself. That's the big to mention, I didn't specify any nation in my context. Thank you. వేరే ట్యాబ్ ఓపెన్ వాయిస్ ఎంత ఇది
You don't need to say Mr. Chair. Okay, so if there are no other points to be presented, then I would like to conclude the mod for the session. Oh, yes.
ఎంతమంది యాడ్ అయ్యండి అది
Yes, the delegate will be line.
ఎంతమంది యాడ్ అయ్యండి అది ఎంత ఎవరు ఎందుకు ఖాళీ
My distinguished delegates, Sudan truly in the center of humanitarian mind. As I've already mentioned, there have been more than 15,000 people who have been killed and more than 11 million people who have been displaced. Somebody quoted, and I would like to state that logistics went war, and the UAE has used this plane network to create weapon to the arts. These are not the statements said by me. This is said by Justin Lin, the lead journalist from the Sudan Conflict Observatory. We are not.
ఇంకోటి మొబైల్ యాడ్ చేయండి ఆల్రెడీ బ్రౌజర్ అదే ఆ లింక్ కాపీ చేయండి ఆల్రెడీ నేను కాపీ చేశాను యశ్వంత్ వెళ్తాను యశ్వంత్ లాగిన్ కాదు ఇది ఎవరిది లాగిన్ ఎవరిది
ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ పోర్ట్రేట్ చేయండి. అదే పోర్ట్రేట్ చేయండి. ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ పోర్ట్రేట్ చేయండి. చేసినావా? వీడియో బ్లర్ వస్తుంది.
టీవీ పెట్టు. అది దాంట్లో వస్తుంది చూడు. అంతే ఇంత ప్లగ్గులు కావాలా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. అక్క ఇటు ఇటు మేడం, ఇది ఇటు తిప్పేసుకొని ఇటు పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. కూతురు మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నా.
జూమ్ చేస్తున్నా లేదు ఈ దీంట్లో బాగా కనిపిస్తుంది. అవును జూమ్ ఇక్కడ ఎక్కువ జూమ్ ఎక్కువ జూమ్ బ్రేక్ అయితే ఫోకస్
ఫోన్ ఇలానే పెడతారా? ఇట్లా పెడతారా?
ఓకే ఇంపార్టెంట్ పెట్టండి. ఇంపార్టెంట్ పెట్టేసి ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ పెట్టి
అన్ని ల్యాండ్స్కేప్
అన్ని ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ పెట్టి కాదు సెట్ ఫ్రేమ్ సెట్
ఫ్రేమ్ తప్పకుండా మీకు లేఅవుట్ ఇచ్చేస్తారు కదా. ఆ లేఅవుట్
ఆడ లైఫ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ డ్రాప్ చేయాలి. అదేం పోలే అయితే
మొబైల్ వేసుకోండి బాగానే వస్తుంది.
ఈ వీడియో పెట్టే దాంట్లో మొత్తం అన్ని ఆఫ్ చేసి ఒకటి షేర్ అయ్యి సార్
తిరగాలి అక్కడ దాంతో మార్చాలి సెట్టింగ్స్. ఫోన్ తీసుకొచ్చేది. Portrait marche. Portrait marche. Portrait marche. దాని ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ పెట్టుకుని వీళ్ళు పోర్ట్రేట్ మార్చి వదిలే ఏం చేయాలి ఎంత పెట్టాలి
నేను ఒక ఫ్రేమ్ ఇచ్చా ఆ ఫ్రేమ్ మీద ఈ ఫ్రేమ్స్ రావాలి ఒక ఫోటో ఉంటుంది
ఆ ఫోటో నువ్వు ఎక్కడుంది దీని తేడా ఉంది
దీనిలో ఉంది ఫోటో ఇదిగో
ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఉందా ఒక నిమిషం దీంతో రావాలా
దీని మీద ఇవి రావాలి ఆల్రెడీ ఇచ్చేసి కరెక్ట్గా దాంట్లో వస్తే చాలు
ఒక నిమిషం టెంప్లెట్ వీడియో చేసి అంత కూర్చోవాలి డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఇమేజ్ ఇందులో ఉంది డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఉంది
డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లో
కనెక్ట్ చేసిన అది పెట్టేస్తాను ఎక్కడ పెడతావు ఎక్కడ పెట్టినారు అయిపోవాలి లైవ్ స్ట్రీమ్ ఆన్ లైవ్ స్ట్రీమ్ పెట్టేద్దాం పట్ట అటు మూడు బెంచ్ ఆడుకోవచ్చు లాగ్ రైడ్ బైక్ ఇదా అన్నిటి ఒకటే కనెక్ట్ అయింది కదా అని కాదు అది ఏకే స్టూడెంట్స్ వస్తుందా బాగా వస్తుంది ఏకే
Delegates request to take their seats.
Excuse me, 1845. నన్ను అడిగినా పిలిచినాడు అసలు ఏం జరుగుతుంది ఏ కమిటీ యుఎన్హెచ్ఆర్ ఏదో డాన్స్ చేస్తున్నాను ఏంటి అర్థం కాదు వస్తున్నాను
Session. So we just concluded the first moderated caucus. The chair notes that we also had discussed the need for a strengthened investigation mechanism. Look at the backpack of the criminal report on minority protection. And also we discuss potential frameworks for accountability and parental oversight. I hope some of the insights that we gained during the session will guide any upcoming proposals in the delegates assemble as well as any tentative working paper discussions. Now I would like to leave the floor open to the delegates to declare any more. Okay, so the delegate from West.
Chair, I would like to raise a motion on confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and neighboring countries linked armed transshipment routes into Sudan and demanding immediate targeted sanctions. This is for the unmoderated caucus for 1 hour.
Can you just repeat the...
Confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and neighboring countries linked armed transshipment routes into Sudan.
Just present the proposal to me in writing. I think that would be better. Okay. So, for 1 hour. Okay. Are there any seconds? Any alternative motions that people would like to propose? The US has proposed a motion for an unmoderated caucus on the theme of confronting state-suppressed illicit financial cash flows linked to arms transaction routes into Sudan, and has demanded immediate targeted sanctions. That is the theme of their motion for 1 hour. Are there any other motions that any candidates would like to propose? Just because one motion has been raised doesn't mean that we have to stick to that motion only. There are other proposals also that we're willing to hear. Yes, the delegate from Iran. Please give them a mic.
How can the US speak of human rights given its role in past region destabilization?
I kept the floor open for motions.
Motions, okay.
Yeah, so if you have any motions to propose, now is the time to do it. I would ask the background staff just to make sure that there is no AI or any net access that is being used by any of the delegates. That goes for both blocks. Okay, so just make sure. If there are no other motions to be passed, then we will move to putting this to a vote. No motions to be passed? Okay, so I will be calling for a vote on once we declare the vote open, then I'll take the votes. Otherwise, I will not be recognizing any votes. So I'm going to call for a vote on the motion raised by the United States for an unmoderated caucus of 1 hour on the subject of confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and neighboring linked arms transshipment routes into Sudan with the demand for immediate targeted sanctions. Would those in favor please put their placards up? Nine, 10, 11. Fine. Okay. So the motion raised by the United States is for an unmoderated caucus of 1 hour on the subject of confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and neighborhood-linked arms transshipment routes into Sudan, and demanding immediate targeted sanctions. This is a very long motion. If you would like me to repeat it, I'll be happy to repeat it. So I'll break it down. Confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and arms transshipment routes from neighboring nations that neighbor Sudan into Sudan. The third element of it is demanding immediate targeted sanctions for those perpetrators, alleged perpetrators. So already we have votes that are in favor. I would like to count the votes against the motion. Who are against the motion? Who are against the motion? There were a number of them who raised their placards for in favor. So then there has to also be people who voted against. So, yeah, when we are voting on motions, I'll again just remind the delegates, either you can vote in favor, as a few members from this side of the block have done. You can either vote against the motion or you can abstain. So these are three options that are there before you. So I've taken the votes in favor. I want to now take the votes against the motion. Is it this many who are against? Is Nigeria for or against the motion? You can also abstain. Everyone needs to vote. Against the motion means you need to lift it. Yeah. Okay. Germany's position is you're not against. For. She's for. All right. Okay. So yeah, please just. Okay, the votes have been tallied. 11 are in favor, 9 against, so the motion is passed. We will be having an unmoderated caucus for 1 hour on the subject of confronting state-supported illicit financial flows and neighboring linked arms transshipment routes into Sudan with the demand for immediate targeted sanctions. I would hope that any future motions raised will be a little bit more brief. Yes, so the floor is open for 1 hour. It's now 11:05. Yes, the chair recognizes the delegate from South Africa.
I would like to the delegate of UAE to respond to this. These are UN reports. These are UN reports. Yes, we have the reports. We have proper UN reports with us. Thank you so much.
We'll remember this.
For your kind information, this is from... That is from, exactly, International Court of Justice. So for you, even the International Court of Justice is fake? These are the proofs. These are the proofs. Oh,
yeah,
for you
I
only
would
you
like
are...
to. I would like to cut in here. The evidence that is raised by the delegate from South Africa is based on some reports from UN bodies, UN accredited bodies, which also includes the International Court of Justice. Anyhow.
Proofs को भी मना कर रही है.
Yes, the claims that the evidence that the delegate from South Africa is presenting is based on a ruling from the International Court of Justice. They are unlikely to make judgments or rulings based on speculation.
Please stand up and say.
No crosstalk? So,
no.
Please, you can speak.
Please continue, stand up and say.
I guess UAE is considering even International Court of Justice as a bluff. I guess UN is also taking International Court of Justice, which is a part of United Nations, as a bluff. No wonder why you people support faction. So if you are really that innocent and if you really support, sovereignty, could you please clarify the nature and designation of its recent cargo flights via Chad and Amjad, given widespread reports that these routes have been used to deliver weapons to non-state armed groups in Sudan?
Fully humanitarian. Exactly. If you are that true, then why you are not providing with that?
Has been supplying the weapons to the RSF in the west of Sudan. And because of which you have waged war, not only one, but two, that in the north Kordofan and as well as in the west Kordofan. Means
I would suggest you just give Chad the time to reply. Give them a mic.
Can you please clarify the proofs associated with our airports?
I'll give you three proofs. First proof come from the Sudan. I would suggest Sudan to abide by their statements. There have been an analyst named Justin Lynch who have said that logistics win war, and you have accused UAE of the shipment routes via Chad. It's not US or UAE of the shipment routes via Chad. It's not US or the Africa or my allies. It's not recognized. Are you telling this on record? You are not recognizing the key analyst of Sudan war, Justin Lynch.
He's from the private source.
He's from the Sudan Diplomatic Council.
No, my question for Sudan here is, so your people, the people of your country have accused UAE for playing a key role in a war, and why the hell are you having a block with the UAE? Your people are themselves trying to protest that we don't want UAE's role in our country, we just want our independent source, and we just want to sort out our things. Then why are you just forming a block with them whom your people are not satisfied with? Give us an answer for this. I'm expecting an answer for this.
Because they don't need more.
The question is for Sudan. There's nothing Iran to interfere.
Who is asking? From what concern? We want a clarification from Sudan.
There has been a specific statement which the diplomat of Sudan has categorically denied. I want just a clarification on that statement. That statement is on record. I have the proofs if you want.
Even I'm expecting a question, answer from you.
So there are two routes which are globally documented for you. One is the Amgeris airport, which is used for RSF supply, which is an RSF supply hub, and an address crossing which is used for your smuggling, all kind of smuggling. Okay, so this news has been specifically confirmed by UN experts and your own country. Weapons and medical supplies for RSF arrived in Chad, were stored and then forwarded to Darfur. You also
Okay.
Because they're giving a paragraph.
But I didn't get the name of the airport she was saying.
Name of the airport.
Amgeris airport is in our soil, but the supply routes are run by private actors, para networks or rogue groups. It cannot be fully controlled by our government. I'm not accusing, I'm just defending.
This is completely a sentence that you are accusing your own country.
No, I'm just saying our country cannot be fully responsible for private groups.
You are partially responsible.
No.
Then
How can our internal...
own territory, right?
Yeah, it's in our territory, I agree. I agree that airport is in our territory, obviously. Okay. But we cannot be fully responsible for private groups that are smuggling through our supply routes.
Then who is responsible?
How can we account for every private network in our airport? Tell me. It's private. No. No, I'm not saying that.
You specified this right now.
I'm saying.
These are private run airships.
Yeah.
We are not responsible.
In Amuljaras airport, private airstrips are those through which you guys are accusing we are supplying drugs and weapons. So I am saying we are not fully responsible for any private airstrips that are supplying the drugs.
If the weapons
Pri- Do you think a country can be 100% safe from all private networks? Tell me. Yeah. No. No.
See,
No.
this is activity that's happening within the nation, so it stands to reason that this responsibility for the security situation of that nation falls with that government. So that's one important clarification I want to mention.
First of all, we are not responsible. First of all. Okay. Second of all, private run smuggling routes, how can we control them? Tell me. Did I say US should come in control? See, we are capable of noticing any flaws in the security itself. Capable of noticing any flaws in the security itself. No, no. No, I'm not diverting. First of all, actions that we will take if there are some private networking groups that you are so-called can you show me once?
Me, as a delegate of...
We are forming the blocks based on the country who supports Sudan's integrity and sovereignty.
Yes, we... We... Wait for a minute. We, the Republic of Turkey, we, the Republic of Turkey and the veto states combined to form a bloc to protect the sovereignty and integrity of Sudan and Sudanese security. And so we are reminding the state of Sudan to re-verify their concern about the choosing of sides. Because we, the bloc who is protecting the sovereignty and integrity of the Sudan and SAF forces, which is UN recognized. That is the chief concern of Sudan in UN. Thank you.
I would like to call a few delegates to speak on this issue. I find this topic is being dominated by a few delegates. I want the opinion of Russia.
The Russia federalism speaks with the clarity that Sudan is not collapsing because of the imaginary villains or convenient political narratives. It is collapsing because states supported illicit financial networks and armed transshipment routes, partially through link through the UAE, are pumping weapons and money into this conflict while pretending to promote peace. Russia has no interest in sugarcoating this. The flow of unregularity, capital into Sudanese armies, groups is not a mistake. It is a system protected by states that claim neurality while quality fueling war economics. These states give humanitarian peace in public and weird financial oxygen to violent actors in private. Russia sees the contradiction. The minorities of Sudan pay the price. The evidence is consistent. Arms passes through Gulf-linked logistical hubs, reach regional brokes, and enter Sudan long before the world even notices. Yes, the same actors...
One second. The proof that the delegate of USA has saying to the delegate of Chad. Please, all the photographers move aside.
actors sit in international forums and talk about regional stability. Russia will not tolerate hypocrisies discussed as diplomacy. If the committee is serious and theoretical, it must demand targeted sanction on actors, state or not state. This enable finance or facilities that movement of illegal weapons into Sudan. Sanctions must follow evidence, not Western conveyance. They must target the networks responsible for the crisis, not those who refuse to bow to someone else's geopolitical agendas. I like to ask the question to UAE, include ethnic violence and attack on civilians according to a recent analysis. Providing such a support, violent international arms embarrassed has prolonged the conflict. So I should ask what steps you've taken for this.
Not what steps. First of all, I want to talk about the weapons you are talking about. It is available on global scale. It is being sold in global market. There is no valid proof that we are buying it and we are sending it to Chad, whatever else, then passing it to RSF specifically. This is all wrong and false accusations. And those, please mention the drone name and please mention the gun name and bomb name. Those models, please. And those all are being sold in global scales. They are present in the global market. It is not specifically sold to us. No.
Delegate of USA observed the delegate of Chad.
Can you show me what are you exactly implying here in those pics?
These are the airstrips from where the transshipment have been recorded.
And where is the transshipment? Let me see.
So should I put a CCTV footage on your country?
You are literally showing a normal pic of our
Just
airport.
scroll down. Just scroll down. It's not a random image. I'll show the proof. Just scroll down. Just scroll down. Wait. Just wait. Just scroll down. Scroll down. These are on Nash. Just scroll down. These are the proofs that the air bridge still exists. Scroll down. These are the individual proofs that I've attached. Next, the leaked UN report. Then these are the actual footage.
Show me the shipments first.
Man, scroll up.
Scroll up.
So these are the shipments.
Yeah, scroll down. A box of bettu.
Oh, this.
Yeah, this is on report.
So
this is on report. This is not something I've just copy pasted from the Google.
Inside those there are weapons and drugs.
Yes. Those are ammunition crates. Please don't see. We are discussing a very intense matter. There have been more than 16,000 people killed this year so far. 11 million people have been massacred.
Sure.
So let's be a bit more diplomatic and a bit more reasonable
Let's be
towards
serious then. Tell me, can you really show it's weapons and drugs?
Yeah, you are the one who accepted.
First of all,
you have accepted.
You are the one who initially accepted that they were drugs.
Let them respond.
First of all, I asked for proofs, okay? Did you guys? You guys are showing proofs of random boxes on our airstrip.
Actually, you are the one who accepted.
No, first
Please.
answer my question.
Okay,
right?
okay. Let's glow. Delegate of Iran, I would like to speak with just a minute. Okay, you are saying that these images are of some random airstrips. These are not the images which I have generated or I have just copied.
Okay, no matter from which source you get the images, how can you clearly imply that they are
These are
weapons and
satellite
drugs?
images. The previous one are satellite images from
satellite images or any CCTV images. I have no problem. But
Delegate
are
of
they
USA,
really
are
weapons
those
or
from
drugs?
verified sources?
Yes, those are verified. Just scroll down. I have listed all the 4 verified sources. I have cross-checked by 4. The Amnesty International. Next is the Guardian, where UN leak panel was there. Then the evidence of foreign weapons.
Oh. Stop here.
UN panel report. That's a UN panel. See, I don't know why UAE is defending. I have accused Chad. I guess you are... Okay, that's a very valid statement from UAE then. I don't know. Do anyone have any knowledge of UAE and Chad having a good diplomatic relation? I don't think so. Until or unless you are dealing with arms trade.
First of all, let's say...
No, let's stick to the point what UAE has to say about Chad. Please go ahead. You have a better relation with their airstrips, right?
Let them respond now.
Talking about the funding cities to strengthen the nation relationship. That's it. Nothing more than that.
Can you expand on that point?
Can you expand?
Yeah, can you just expand a little bit on that point?
Funding humanitarian aid to...
Humanitarian? Please be specific.
So, like... So Chad has host over 1 million refugee from Sudan border, and to support all that, UAE has funded over, I think, a good amount.
The good amount?
I need
The
to
good
see-
amount. To who?
I need to see it first. It's just to tackle the hunger battle.
Let's stick to the topic.
Delegate of UAE must think of the words that you're using because
when you're quoting figures, give data. You give numbers. Don't say amount, and also just keep an eye on the general language that we're using.
I request the delegate of Sudan, the delegate of South Sudan, and all other delegates of the bloc to address this point, because the primary point is this should be a topic that addresses all the African countries. It is regretful to see no African country is coming forward, but a Middle East country coming forward to speak.
So the amount was around $1.5 billion for security help, strengthening the relationship among two nations, tackling hunger, and to support the refugee.
What was the amount that you said?
$1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion. Do you have the proofs for this? And just I'd like to stick to the topic. We are discussing about illicit financial flows, not sovereign helping funds.
We are just supporting sovereign.
But answer to the questions that we have raised. Why are you supporting Chad in terms of the airstrip and the arms deal? We have accused Chad of using those airstrips, but I don't know how you came in between, and you just gave an opinion that we are not the one supplying.
First of all, accusations are not statements, by the way.
No, those are statements.
No, you have no proofs that they are drugs or weapons. You are just showing pictures.
You just said those airstrips are being...
First of all, I asked for proofs. You
These
didn't
are proofs.
You provided after 10 minutes.
A delegate of Chad can do one thing. Wait. Delegate of South Africa, 1 minute. So you are saying that these, for whatever statements they are giving and whatever proofs they are displaying are false, then provide us valid proofs.
Valid proofs, literally we can see
No.
proofs.
Whatever it is, every country has its own satellite data, if I'm not wrong. Then from your country, provide them with the verified proofs.
Should I just provide satellite data of normal airports and say, yeah, it's me?
That's what I'm asking. You're saying that it is not verified. I'm saying that you're saying that it's not verified. Then provide us verified proofs.
Yes.
But how can I provide verified photos when?
You have been accused.
How can? I'll.
If you have been accused, you should come up with the answer, right?
I'm answering, right?
Okay, give us with a valid proof.
I'm saying.
We are at least backing our points with valid proofs. Just come up with proofs. We are okay.
Proofs which you are expecting me to show, you are yourself showing off normal airport pics and all. How can I counter them? Tell me.
Then we should take this camera. We should take this camera, put it in the Amjad's airstrip, and just live stream everything.
How can you accuse any country of normal pics that no, something is there?
You just said the airstrips are being used for illegal smuggling of drugs and everything. We backed it with proofs that these are ammunition crates.
First of all, I asked for proofs. Did you guys submit at that point? Tell me.
Did you
guys?
Ask the EB.
Did you guys?
Yes.
Afterwards, after my so-called statement,
No,
you
no.
said no.
I would like the.
Specify this that there is illegal smuggling in his own territory. Then why he is backing off for providing us?
And these are not the
Delegate
proofs.
of Chad
I'm
has
just-
addressed few statements. When they were asking for responsibility, you said you are not responsible.
Of course.
First, you are saying, see, they are accusations. They are accusations. As a delegate representing a country, it is your responsibility. It is your land. Whatever happens, whatever their accusations are.
These are issues that are also affecting the people of Chad. So any issues which affect the people of Chad also becomes the responsibility of the government of Chad. So this is not a situation where you can completely devolve all responsibility. I understand there are other factors at play as well, but there is an underlying responsibility that the government has. So now they have presented certain proofs from their end where they are trying to substantiate the allegations they made against you. When you are trying to counter that, there needs to be some evidence that you present which helps to support your claim that goes against what they're saying.
How can I provide evidence for normal airports? Tell me.
See, either you can say that you don't have proofs.
No, you can just Google right now and just see the airport and
Google.
Evidence.
We are in a UNHRC.
Evidence.
You can.
Evidence.
Involve AI in this. Please provide government validated proof. You are representing a country, not an artificial.
Evidence.
Amnesty International is
Wait.
Amnesty International is recognized by Sudan and all the 7 neighboring countries. Amnesty International. I have attached not only 1, 4. If at least 3 of them are wrong, at least 1 is correct. You at least come up with one
At
point.
least 3.
I'm going to cut in here. Wait. I'm going to cut in here. When we're talking, now they have presented a list of allegations against you, then as the representative of Chad, what you can talk about is in terms of what kind of solutions you are enacting. Because this is just one of the issues that is affecting your country. There are other issues at play as well. So this is one part of what you can address. Also talk in terms of active solutions that your government is doing right now.
Active solutions that our government is practicing right now is, first of all, sheltering the victims, sheltering the people involved in mass genocide. We are giving them homes. We are giving them places to stay. We are giving them protection also from RSF and all. So
Protection from RSF.
I mean, we are giving them protection from the genocide happening in Darfur regions.
Darfur is not in your territory, right? Darfur is in.
It's the place where genocide is happening, right?
Okay, so you are giving protection out of.
We
your
are giving protection.
territory.
We are giving protection to the people who are involved.
Where is
in
Darfur?
this-
Where is Darfur? Is it in Chad or is it in the Sudan?
Sudan.
Then you are helping people.
No, we are giving shelter to the people involved. We are giving.
You just can't control your private airport, but you are giving a shelter to someone who is there in Sudan. Wonderful, man. Just hats off. You can't control a private airport, but you are just sheltering someone who is in Sudan.
First of all,
you are trying to give shelter to someone who is in other country.
It's not about protecting the neighboring country, it's about protecting the immigrants who are migrating into the country. That's what he was referring to.
When did I ever accuse? I just defended. That's it.
Is it?
Yeah. Your country are not even doing that. You are just accusing.
Iran. Okay.
Your countries promotes destabilization.
This is, so do not divert the topic. It's about Sudan. Let it be Sudan.
We are talking on Sudan itself.
I want a valid proof on the funding that UAE is supporting in terms of, she said 1.5 billion for the fiscal year 2025. I just want that number to be correct, and documented proof should be submitted to the EB so that we can see on the screen.
It's not available at this moment.
It's not available at this moment. You gave a very befitting claim of 1.5 billion, not even million, 1.5 billion. I have the OCHA annual report 2023. It has listed all the countries and the amount of funding that given to Sudan.
It's not 1 or 2 single digit. It's billion in number. And you are claiming that you don't have
I want a clarification from Sudan whether they have received funding or humanitarian aid. You have given to Chad. You just claimed you have given humanitarian aid to Chad. You just said. You just. You.
Okay, Honorable Chair,
So.
delegate of UAE just claimed that they have provided humanitarian access to Chad. So, with weapons?
Yeah. Yeah, just can you elaborate on the nature of aid that you have provided?
Nature of aid and which country, to be specific, that you are providing, or which organization that you are providing this 1.5 billion aid? It's confidential. This is a UN diplomatic meet.
This is a committee happening in closed doors. Nothing is confidential. So you'll have to provide the proofs.
These are financial documents of. These are financial documents. These are very confidential.
See,
not everyone, not this is a cup of tea to access.
The motion was talking about financial flow. So what their demands actually align with the overall theme of the motion that is being passed. That this is part of the discussion. We can't, put that under confidentiality. That doesn't work that way.
But accessing one country's financial documents is.
They've not asked for all the financial documents. It is with regards to data specific to something that is relevant to the countries which are affected in that region.
Okay, but.
So actually, we collect the data from all the countries, the verified data the countries has to provide to the United Nations. In respect to provide the accuracy and the precision of the data that is being provided. We need accurate data, of course. If you're not providing data to the United Nations, then for what basis you're collecting data? And what you're going to do?
For this discussion to have a constructive solution, and that is the ultimate purpose of this council. When there is data which is being asked, if it is valid to the current situation, if it is applicable to the countries which is being affected, then the country is duty bound to provide it.
We're not asking you to directly provide it to them. Provide it to the EB. Okay. Yeah, please.
So, for the delegate of Sudan, we have received. Just a minute, I'll complete. So, the delegate of Sudan, your own defense ministry accused UAE, okay, that they have sent you long-range drones equipped with guided missiles through Chad border only. And this matter because the sovereign state accusing UAE is publicly not your propaganda, right? So, what is your stance on this? If not, is Sudan government lying? Why should Sudan fabricate drone supply coming through Chad? And why it's not independently verified?
I have a question for UAE.
Let them respond first. Yeah, please give them time to respond.
This is 7 months old. 7 months old. Now.
December 2024. But you accused, right? You accused, right? You accused, right? Your own colleague. Let the delegate of Sudan. Why are you interfering in the conversation of delegate of Sudan? What are you hiding behind? Are you hiding something behind? Are you hiding something behind?
See, okay, this is where I have to cut in. Now I understand we are having a debate and you want to keep things fun, but this is a Human Rights Council meet. This is not a Lok Sabha session. Let the nation to whom the question is pointed out speak, but at the same time, I would like more active participation from other countries, especially from the African nations. Right now, it is Chad and Sudan which are having to respond to these allegations. This is something that affects your nations as well. I want a bit more inputs from South Sudan, Somalia, Uganda, and Nigeria. And India also, I would like India also to take part in this session, please.
I have a question for UAE. Are you sure that you have
Sudan, yes, please give Sudan time to.
Well, this is an old report. Now situations are being normalized.
Do the delegates of this bloc in complete realize that this is an unmoderated caucus? Do you guys realize that this is an unmoderated caucus or not? Staying silent is not the point of an unmoderated caucus. We expected something because every point they put, you might have spoken something, but it is very much disappointing to see that no delegate has, from this entire bloc, has spoken something.
What's happening, unfortunately, is that 4 or 5 countries on one side are putting points against 2 nations, and there is no contribution which is happening from the remaining countries.
Sudan has a lot of time wasted on analyzing a particular sheet of paper that is being provided by the delegate of
So if Sudan is going to take time, then I would appreciate a response from one of the other African nations. Yes. Uganda. What is Uganda's stance on this matter? Okay, then.
You'll have to respond to the question that's posed by EV. Not stay silent, delegate. Delegate of Uganda. We're asking you to be responding on something.
Do you have any inputs? Germany.
Honorable Chair, I have a question to Uganda. Can Uganda...
No, what we have asked is, based on what allegations are being put on these, as your Germany...
What is your stance? What is your stance with regards to this issue that Germany, South Africa and Saudi Arabia have raised as a collective?
Germany is deeply concerned about financial flows and armed transshipment routes flowing the conflict in Sudan. Weapons have moved through the channels linked to actors in UAE, contributing to the escalation of violence. Independent investigation, strict enforcement of UN arms, and targeted sanctions on individual companies. Peace cannot be achieved while weapons continue to reach armed groups through elite routes. Germany urges all states to increase transparency and cooperate fully to end these flows and restore stability in Sudan. Thank you.
Any more delegates who can speak, who can pose questions now? I think delegate of Sudan has to speak now. There have been lot
I would like the delegates of Sudan and South Sudan, as well as the African nations, to contribute something. Because when we are talking about the inflow of materials and everything, another factor also which has been raised in a small form is the human immigration which is happening into these countries. Chad is not the only country which is facing this inflow of refugees. Yes, South Sudan also is facing this issue. I would like their thoughts on this.
Could the EB repeat what was said once, please?
So, I would generally like the African nations, which is inclusive of South Sudan, Somalia, Uganda, and Nigeria, to also contribute in this topic. One of the points which Chad raised was about the inflow of refugees coming from Sudan, trying to flee the allegation, the apparent genocide which is happening there. I would like South Sudan's take on that as well, and their opinion on this motion which has been raised.
Firstly, South Sudan acknowledges that the debate is mostly on the evidences and agreements and disagreements of the transshipment evidences. So, South Sudan suggests AU and IGAD.
I would request the volunteers to collect all the mobile phones of all the delegates. All delegates are requested to submit their mobile phones. They'll be made available to you during the breaks. Anyone caught using AI or any form of internet access to make any points will be disqualified. I will not be considering them for votes. This is the final warning in regards to this matter. So all phones need to be submitted.
Okay, what South Sudan stands for after all the discussion has happened is South Sudan suggests an AU and IGAD joint monitoring for transshipment routes to collect evidences so that actions can be taken. And also regarding the displacement, there is the report of UNODP, UN Operational Data Portal. It has been registering newly arrived refugees from Sudan to South Sudan. There are many refugees. The delegate of South Sudan would like to state the numbers as well. There are 294,733 newly arrived refugees from Upper Nile to South Sudan. From northern Bahr el Ghazal, there are 13,606. From western Bahr el Ghazal, there are 32,208 people displaced because of ethnic and minority violence. From Warab, 19,449. From Unity, 67,417 people have been displaced to Sudan. Sudan has welcomed all these refugees, as the president has opened the borders for Sudanese refugees a long time ago. There are statements as well. I could display that as well, as president has opened them. We are sheltering all these refugees and providing humanitarian aid. We would expect all the nations to support is humanitarian aid rather than just blaming each other. The South Sudan supports humanitarian aid and also a joint monitoring committee by AU and IGAD on this discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, now the floor is open to Saudi Arabia. All tabs need to be on airplane mode.
My question is for UAE now. Given that the government of Sudan has formally accused UAE of fueling ethnic-based violence and filed a case at International Court of Justice demanding reparations, how does UAE reconcile its stated commitment to human rights with these serious allegations? Because Sudan has filed in the International Court of Justice so that UAE has clearly supported RSF, claiming weapons and logistical support to militias committing atrocities. Now I'm expecting an answer. How can you commit yourself with the human rights after facing these many serious allegations? These are not allegations, but people are even putting out proofs. There aren't been any proofs from the country supporting, having a block there ever since morning. So I expect a serious answer for this, at least now.
Let them respond and then you may.
So you are saying that we went against the human rights by supporting the RSF, but we
Absolutely.
explicitly never supported the RSF. We never mentioned.
Proofs claim that you have supported RSF, right? The people of Sudan have been...
circumstantial. Why you are always talking about RSF? You can
Because
talk
you
about
support
the
RSF.
You can raise the topic at.
No, I've asked you a question.
Also,
Give me an answer for that question. Why do you beat around the bush?
There are countries sitting there who are openly supporting the SF. They explicitly support
No,
the
no.
SF. You should be questioned first.
You first answer me.
You
You just first answer us. Why are you just trying to manipulate? Whom are you trying to? Why are you just beating around the bush? We just want an answer for this.
We are denying it. We didn't do it, and we didn't do anything.
Here are the proofs. You just go through these proofs. Here are the proofs. Please go through the proofs.
These are circumstances.
We are giving you a polite proof here. Please go through the proofs. He is just talking. He is just scanning the picture since the past 15 minutes. He is not giving us an answer for it.
Court of Justice.
He is just scanning the picture for the past 15 minutes. He is not giving us an answer.
Okay,
and I have been putting out these proofs as well. You are not.
Hello. Yes. Regarding this point, there is one important point I want to bring to everyone's attention because it's valid to this issue. There was a meeting which took place between the head of the RSF and the UAE government in UAE. So there have been meetings which have taken place. So that is something I hope the delegate from UAE is aware of.
Yeah. Now please answer me the question. Then you can question us in written. For every action, there is an opposite reaction, right? So you first give us an answer.
UAE government and RSF.
There was a meeting between the head of the UAE government, which I believe is the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi, and the head of the RSF, whose name is Hemeti. The general, who is the head of the RSF, had met the UAE government. It is there in the news.
May I ask if this was all after the genocide, during the genocide, or
You need to be aware. You are the one who met him, right? You need to be aware of all this data.
All of. Okay.
You need to
We are not representing.
Let me.
Please state the duration.
So.
You are the delegate of UAE, not.
We are aware. It's not like
Okay,
that
we
were
me.
promoting them to do the genocide and all. We didn't promote it. It was a peace treaty between us.
Peace treaty?
Say on the UN diplomatic meet that you have a peace treaty with a organization which is condemned nationwide to have considered genocides in Sudan.
In that way, Saudi
You
Arabia.
said a statement that it's a peace treaty. Do you abide by it?
Yes.
What peace treaty?
It was to
In
stop
what-
them. It was to advise them not to do such.
That-
Okay.
Okay.
If there is a treaty, what are the clauses of this treaty?
They didn't follow. It's not up to us.
No, what are the clauses that you proposed to them? You said you officially had a meeting with the.
And you standing there, you were openly supporting SF.
See, we did not have any meeting or anything with SF or anyone. You are the one having a meeting.
Okay.
You just
I think. Look, we are almost nearing the conclusion of this unmoderated.
But I expect an
caucus.
answer from her.
I think let me take over. The one thing I want, this is another point that I want to clarify, is that at this present moment of time, there is no peace treaty which has been negotiated with regards to the Sudan, the civil war which is happening in Sudan, involving the SAF, RSF, nothing. There are countries which have been trying to get both the warring factions to the table, and I would hope those countries are aware who you are. Right now, there is no active peace treaty. So, again, I think we're almost about to conclude this session, but I would again like to stress that I hope you will that part of your research, when you're framing your points, is to look at what is the position of my country on this issue, what has my country done regarding this issue, and then you structure your points accordingly. Your points need to reflect your government's perspectives, not your own. That is very important.
Every delegate must show your placard once. Show your placards. Yeah. So the delegates of Somalia, Uganda, Nigeria, you show your placard. Kenya, Germany, Italy, Canada, Canada, Australia. There's a way to show a placard. You're not supposed to show. Yeah, please show properly that we could see which delegate you're. The delegate of Russia, Japan, all these delegates, according to me, haven't even uttered a word. Please lower your placards.
When you're raising the placards, please raise it like this.
Yeah, so we'll have to see.
Not like this.
No, they're holding in a way.
Yeah. So it's hard for me to also kind of
Look
out the
yeah.
speakers.
I know everybody have laptops. You can place it on it at least. We are happy. At least we have made a lot of effort in getting this session to execute, and we are providing you with utmost facility. You guys are not utilizing it. The reason we have given you placards is to make those be visible and be identifiable. You guys are throwing it on table. Now we have 30 more sheets to be thrown on table. We'll throw it, no problem. You guys need not throw it. And one more thing, as I said, delegate of Sudan, delegate of South Sudan, all the African countries in that bloc, it is very much important that your voice is needed to be heard in this committee. This is on you. You are the victim and you're not even speaking a word. On what basis this committee is moving? It is like a discussion between USA, UK, UAE, all these countries. What are they doing in between you?
One of the points of difference that I would hope you will raise in the upcoming session, there are countries here which are advocating for external surveillance, external monitoring, external, where US and all these countries are involved. There are countries of which the African nations are, most of them, who are advocating for monitoring and control by the African Union. This is a point that was only raised now by South Sudan. So that is also another alternative. This platform is not just about trying to address accusations that the opposition is directing at you. It is also about talking about what are the things you are doing, what are the things you are planning to do. So when for example, a country says that, okay, we are facing this issue, we don't have complete control, you cannot end it at it's not our responsibility. Then your next point of input has to be, this is what we are planning to do to maintain control of the situation now. So that is where I think, so that is the thing that you need to remember, because you're representing Chad. Even if situation's out of control, government is corrupt, all of that, whatever, you cannot say that on an open forum. You can never say that we don't have control. You can make your better way to frame it is always we require assistance. And then you can specify whether that assistance comes to you from them or it comes to you from the African nations. So that is a very important thing you need to take into account. I think we'll close.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think with that we close the first unmoderated caucus. I think we'll take a break for lunch. Yeah. When would you guys like to be back? 1?
1. 1. Be back at 1, please.
Yeah, so we'll be back at 1, and then there is one more GSL, and there I want the other speakers to speak.
All the delegates who have used the opportunity to speak in the GSL are restricted from speaking in the GSL, in the next GSL. All the other delegates who haven't had an opportunity to speak will be speaking. Yeah, please. Provide water. The one who is speaking this is also a student coordinator.
Can you stop the stream? I have.
Anna, stream. Satvik, stream cut చేయండి. Screen పెట్టేసేయండి. Audio cut చేయండి.
and discuss.
You guys have nothing to discuss. All these delegates are sitting with your blocks. You guys are free with your.
You'll be voting on resolutions soon. So this is the time when you talk to the other nations, discuss resolutions.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Mic this karo. Hello. All the mics. Okay. Hello. 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 Mic. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello, check. Fine. Battery is much already. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Speak once. Speak from farther.
Hello.
Hello.
Check.
Speak.
Yep. Hello.
Okay.
Yep. That's good.
I don't know. Photographers. మార్చాలి రెండింటికి మార్చాలి అన్నీ ఆడే ఉంటాయి ఏం అవి ఆన్ అవ్వవు అంతే ఇవే ఆన్
లైటింగ్ రావట్లేదు ఫోటో తీసేటప్పుడు
ఇవే ఉంటాయి మీతో ఆన్ చేయరు
కొట్టి నన్ను వెళ్ళి
ఉండే ఫోటో
ఉండేవే ఇటు తీస్తాడు
ఇక్కడ తీసే అక్కడ లైటింగ్ వస్తుంది లైట్ పైన కింద లేదు it has to be turned on outside the block. They have to go for
We have 10 minutes left before lobbying's over, so this is the time.
announce that 4 minutes more.
4 minutes more.
You know, when a photographer is assigned to take the best pictures, they'll take the worst pictures.
This is not the best picture. Key is fake candidates. Tell us you're taking a picture and then we act like it's candid.
కొత్త లీవ్ క్రియేట్ చేశారా మీరు?
1 minute to go.
ఇది నాకు ముందు చెప్పాలి కదా. మాట్లాడా నేను లింకు
కొత్త అది ఓకే అది నీ ముందే కదా చేసింది.
Hello. 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 Check. Delegates, time's up. Everyone are asked to assemble. Delegates, the time's up. Everyone are asked to assemble.
Time's up.
The delegates, those who are not present, please call them as soon as possible. The delegate of Chad and the delegate of UAE are not here. The delegate of, only 2 delegates are not present. The peer delegates can contact them and ask them to come to the venue immediately. Delegate of UAE and delegate of Chad. Anyone from their block can contact them. Delegate of, as already mentioned, please put your placards on your laptops or as it is visible to us. Why you guys are so congested? You know, you can take a free space if you require. And I hope every part of the venue is placed with mics. Each block has its own mic, if I'm not wrong. The hand mics have been placed for your comfort. You can check. Both the sides, do you guys have mics? The hand mics?
At least one mic per.
Yeah, per side only one mic we have allotted. Do you have them?
Don't have mics?
Mics, hand mics. Battery match minutes. I think you can use this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's on. You can just clip it up. Yeah,
It's
just
a-
clip it up.
an
You
iPad.
don't need to use it. It's working. It's working.
Yeah.
It's working.
Okay.
Turn this way. Clip it to yourself. So you just need not fold it also. You can do your work on it also. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
No, it works. They'll increase work. Collar mic increase Shane. Collar mic.
Hello. Hello.
Normal. Just speak normally.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now you speak. Normally.
Check. Hello.
What's up?
We give 5 minutes for these two.
Yeah, no, you have to call them. We're not getting response.
Yeah. Has anyone attempted to contact both the delegates from UAE and Chad? Okay, then I think we'll proceed. So now we're going to proceed with GSL2. Delegates who have yet to speak, can you please lift your placards? Let's start there.
Somalia, followed by Uganda, followed by Nigeria, followed by Kenya, followed by Germany, and then followed by Sudan. Sudan has shifted blocks. Interesting to see.
Turkey.
Sudan, Turkey, followed by Canada, followed by Australia, followed by Italy, followed by Japan,
Australia?
and followed by
Australia is
South
there?
Africa.
Australia.
Italy, Japan, South Africa. Yeah, Japan.
Didn't Japan already speak for the...
Japan, have you given GSL? No, Japan. South Africa. Russia, have you given
Russia
your GSL?
did.
Done?
Wait. So these are the countries that gave the GSL. India, Saudi Arabia, UK, Russia, US.
You have given GSL already?
I'm talking about the countries which
countries
have
have given GSP?
already given GSL. So UAE, South Sudan, Japan, Canada, Russia, UK. It's not here. Yeah, UK, US, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Chad, South Sudan, Sudan.
I think there's a list
Yeah.
of countries. Okay.
Yeah.
Delegate of Somalia, please comment your GSL.
Yeah, each GSL will be for 90 seconds.
Wait a minute. So we'll tell you something. Now the GSL is facilitated with two options. One option, the time will be transferred to the next delegate. Suppose you have completed for 60 seconds and there are 30 seconds remain. The next delegate will get 90 plus 30, 120 seconds because you have transferred it to the next delegate. Or else you will be having an option to yield for questions. That means at that particular point of time, any delegate in this committee can question the delegate. And we are not allowing any sort of debate in that particular point of time. You pose a question, you can choose for any one of things. First thing, you can answer it deliberately. Second thing, you can pass it through the chit. And I'm again mentioning, chits that are passing through EB will be considered for evaluation.
No.
No?
They are beginners. I told them
If chits are coming, they can be considered based upon the validity of the chit, based on the context. If not, we are okay.
You should tell that before the committee, right? It was not even told to them that POLs are chits are.
No problem. Just now let them. If even it is not considered for evaluation, let them.
Club, I didn't mention about chits to them.
It's nothing about chit. You can write something, you can
know
pass
how
it.
to write a chit. For you, it's better. Do not
Chit is nothing.
No, don't count that.
Whatever it is, let them at least write. Considering or not considering, let the EB decide. At least let them learn to write chits. No problem. As of now, let that move, no?
Hey, I think anyhow for the first half we didn't take any chits, so just for consistency's sake, let's keep it that way. It'll be simpler for them. Anyhow, we're already asking them to get more actively involved.
No, wait. Yeah, that's what. Wait.
Because he is playing with them from the very beginning.
Okay, Are.
Not the way that you term play. I understand. No. You see, this is not. When the committee is commenced, you cannot first.
We're in session. So,
okay, understood?
we're in session.
Questions and you can
Yeah.
answer. Okay. So
Yeah.
giving you the option of writing a sheet.
Okay.
It's
So
up to you taking it up.
your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. Somalia rises today with a clear and balanced position. We strongly uphold the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of the Republic of Sudan. Regional peace in the Horn of Africa depends on respecting these principles. However, Somalia also believes that sovereignty must be a shield for citizens, not a barrier that hides the suffering. Today, minorities in Sudan face immense hardship like displacement, insecurity, and threats to their identity. Somalia does not take sides in Sudan's internal conflict. Instead, we stand for a Sudan where sovereignty coexists with human rights protection, where minorities are not actually left behind, and where communities can live without fear. So Somalia urges the international community to support Sudan through cooperation, humanitarian access, and constructive dialogue, not through interference that deepens divisions. Our position is simple. Let Sudan remain sovereign and stable, and let every minority community receive the dignity and security they deserve. Because in the end, nations do not fall for the weight of their enemies, but for the silence surrounding the most vulnerable. Thank you.
You have 10 seconds more.
I'll pass.
You'll pass it to the next delegate. Okay. Delegate of South Sudan, you have 100 seconds. I'm sorry?
South Sudan, Uganda. Go with Uganda.
Okay. Delegate of Uganda, you have 100 seconds, please.
Oh, 1 second. Start.
You're going to start?
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good afternoon everyone. The Republic
Ask her to speak louder.
The Republic of Uganda stands firmly committed to the protection of minority rights and expresses deep concern over the escalating humanitarian crisis in Sudan. The ongoing conflict has placed ethnic and religious minorities at severe risk, stripping thousands of their safety, dignity, and basic human rights. As one of the world's largest refugee hosting nations, we have witnessed firsthand the suffering of displaced minorities. We continue to uphold its progressive refugee policy, offering protection, land, and access to essential services for those fleeing violence. But no nation can face this crisis alone. Our nation strongly believes that safeguarding minorities requires more than emergency aid. It demands inclusive governance in Sudan, accountability for human rights violations, and guaranteed humanitarian access to conflict-affected areas. We urge the international community to reinforce refugee protection and support peace-building efforts that prioritize the voices of Sudan's most vulnerable. Uganda stands ready to work collaboratively with regional partners and the global community to ensure that every minority group, regardless of ethnicity, belief, or identity, can live in safety and dignity. To the committee, Uganda offers this final reminder: no nation can rise while a fraction of its people is left behind. The best way to protect human dignity is to protect those who have the least shield. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. Next delegate of Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, good afternoon all. Nigeria is deeply worried about what's happening in Sudan. Since the war started in April 2023, minority groups in Sudan, especially in Darfur, has been suffering the most. They have been killed, chased for their homes, and attacked because who they are. This is wrong, and this must stop. The ongoing conflict has led to mass killings, and millions of people fleeing their homes. This situation is unacceptable. Nigeria believes that the protection of minorities is not a legal responsibility but a moral duty of every nation. These challenges
Can you please keep the mic a little closer to you? We're not able to hear you that clearly.
Mic is not working.
Mic's not working.
As a country with long-standing commitment to peace in Africa, Nigeria supports a political, inclusive and African-led solution to this crisis. So the African Union and United Nations should spend peacekeepers to protect civilians, especially minority groups who are being attacked. Neighboring countries must keep borders opening and give safety, food and shelter to Sudanese who flee the violence. So in the end, Nigeria believes that when minorities are hunted, the nation falls, and when minorities are protected, the nation rises. Thank you.
You have 6 seconds remaining.
6 seconds remaining. Would you like to yield it to the next speaker? Okay.
Delegate of
Kenya.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, Kenya is deeply concerned by the escalating crisis in Sudan, where minority communities face displacement, insecurity and limited humanitarian access. Kenya believes that any lasting solution must respect Sudan's sovereignty while ensuring the protection of vulnerable minority groups. Kenya stresses that peace cannot be imported, it must be African-led, guided by IGAD and the African Union with international partners, supporting rather than replacing regional efforts. External interference and unregulated arms flows only deepen the suffering of minority populations. And finally, Kenya supports impartial African-supported accountability mechanisms and that address violations without undermining Sudan's territorial integrity. Kenya stands committed to a peaceful, Sudan-owned and Africa-supported solution that restores dignity, protection to all minority communities. Thank you.
Okay, so you have about 40 seconds. Would you like to yield it to your next speaker or open it for questions? Pass to the next speaker. Okay. Next is Germany.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Germany expresses its deep concern regarding the ongoing conflict in Sudan, which has severely affected the minority communities. The conflict have resulted in displacement, attacks on ethnic and religious minorities, and humanitarian crisis that demands immediate attention. Germany firmly believes that every human being without ethnicity, religion, background must be protected from violence and discrimination. The safety and dignity of minorities are fundamental human rights, and their violation cannot be ignored by international community. In this regard, Germany supports UN-led interventions, humanitarian aid programs, and international monitoring to ensure the minorities receive the assistance and protection they urgently needed. Furthermore, Germany stresses the importance of dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation among member states. Hope to prevent further suffering and displacement. Therefore, Germany calls upon all member states to stand united in protecting minority rights, promoting peace, and supporting humanitarian efforts in Sudan. Our commitment to a world where human rights are upheld and no community lives in fear of violence. Thank you.
Yeah, I have 1 minute 20 seconds, so 10 seconds. Would you like to yield to the next speaker or take any questions? Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call the delegate from Sudan. Sudan is done? Okay, sorry. I'm just going to read the list just to make sure that whoever's left has to speak. Turkey, Canada, Australia, there's Australia here, Australia, Italy, and South Africa. And has anyone else, is anyone else left? Japan, yes. Japan. Yeah. So next I will be calling Turkey. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds, starting now. Your mic is...
You have to use your mic. Mic is not working. Hello, 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 check, hello.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Sudan is now entering the third year of this conflict, which turned once a stable nation into one of the greatest catastrophes in the world. And yet, listening to some of the delegates of the statements made in this hall, one might assume we are discussing about a natural disaster, something inevitable, something unfortunate, something without an architect. Let us be clear. Sudan is not suffering for his misfortune. Sudan is suffering for a crime. When a paramilitary foundation or a rogue militia like Rapid Support Force can dispel 11 million people, can displace 11 million people and kill approximately 15,000 people in Masalit and for Nuba communities, this is targeted killings, then we must ask ourselves, what exactly are we neutral about? Turkey rejects this false equivalence of SAF forces and RSF force. Thank you. Turkey yields the time for floor.
You've used 1 minute 17 seconds. You had 23 seconds in hand. Do you like to take any questions or?
Yes.
Yes, I think enough people have passed it on. Yes. So, any questions for the delegate from Turkey?
I yield time.
The delegate of Turkey, any delegate would like to ask questions? The opposing bloc.
I would like some questions to be raised by the opposing bloc and it not to come from Iran.
No questions, delegates. From the afternoon. We'll not be giving much time. We'll move to the delegate of Canada.
Any questions? Yes, please proceed. Please proceed.
How does Turkey ensure that this alignment does not indirectly deepen divisions or put minority communities at greater risk?
Louder, yeah.
Be a bit louder, please.
Turkey has maintained strong political ties with certain Sudanese institutions. How does Turkey ensure that this alignment does not indirectly deepen divisions or put minority communities at greater risk?
Turkey always ensures the sovereignty and credibility of the nation Sudan, and Turkey's view on this is to weapons embargement of the RSF force and to catch out the people in this hall who is missing for false accusations like so.
Any more questions? Then we'll proceed with the next speaker. I'm inviting the speaker of the delegate from Canada.
Canada. Please pass the mic to delegate of Canada. Push the lever up to speak.
Hello.
Yeah, it's audible. Speak.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates,
Canada is deeply concerned about the conflict in Sudan between the Sudanese armed force and the rapid support forces. Since April 2023, this violence has created a major humanitarian crisis. Minority communities, especially in Darfur and surrounding regions, are facing targeted attacks, displacement, and limited access to food, medicine, and protection. Canada believes that safeguarding civilians and minority groups must be the top priority. We argue all parties to respect international humanitarian law, stop violence against civilians, and allow safe access for humanitarian aid. Canada also supports international efforts to investigate violations and ensure accountability. We remain committed to providing humanitarian assistance, including food, health support, and shelter, and to helping displaced people through global partnership. Thank you.
Nam, you have 27 seconds more. What you're going to do with the time? Would you take questions? I'll tell you something. This block has a lot of advantage by posing questions to the block, but you guys are not utilizing it.
In April 12, 2024.
Could you justify the neighboring countries just you told now?
Yeah. See, I think one thing I do want to clarify is when we said that the GSL is open for questioning, we'd like to limit it, the line of questioning, to a question and they can respond. Any other issues that are there in the response, we can take it up later in, in the either the moderated or unmoderated caucuses. Otherwise, we'll be short of, we won't be able to finish this on time. Okay. So I think I'll move things on to the next speaker. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Australia. Time starts now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Australia is deeply concerned about the alarming humanitarian and human rights crisis unfolding in Sudan. Australia strongly disapproves the widespread of violence, targeted attacks on ethnic groups and the obstruction of humanitarian assistance in Sudan. Minority population, including women, children, and displaced ethnic communities, continue to face brutal violations from forced displacement to denial of basic human dignity. As a nation grounded in democratic values and a long-lasting supporter of human rights mechanisms, Australia calls for unrestricted humanitarian access, protection of civilian spaces, and stronger monitoring by international bodies, including the UNHRC and the OHCHR. We also emphasize the need for inclusive peace negotiations that represent all ethnic and minority groups, not just political elites. Human rights cannot be partial, conditional, or selective. They are universal and non-negotiable. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates. Honorable Chair, respected delegates, in Italy, the situation of Sudanese minorities reminds us how urgent this issue is. Many have felt violence and instability, hoping to find safety, but arriving in a new country only the first step. They still need fair treatment in shuttle process, real access to education and healthcare, and a chance to build a stable life. Italy has taken step forward, but more cooperation between local authorities, NGOs, and international bodies is needed to make protection consistent across the country. At the international level, we need ignore the condition in Sudan that force people to leave their homes in the first place. Addressing minority rights means supporting peace effort and standing against discrimination wherever it appears. Italy is ready to work with all partners to ensure that minorities, Sudanese or any other are protected and respected. Thank you.
Yeah, I would request delegates not to interact across tables while the GSL is on. Italy.
Italy is done. Next is Japan. Japan, please.
Honorable.
Yeah, it's working. It's working. It's working.
Yep, please start.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Japan is deeply concerned by the worsening situation in Sudan, where minority communities continue to face targeted violence, displacement, and several restrictions on essential aid. Protecting these groups in an urgent international responsibility, Japan calls for an immediate cessation of hostilities, full respect for international humanitarian law, and access to all affected regions. We support international monitoring and accountability for violation alongside coordinated global efforts to deliver aid and promote exclusive dialogue. There are 4 principles for Japan. Japan strongly supports protection several human rights, including the rights of ethnic, religious, and other minorities. Japan believes in international law, including humanitarian law, human rights law, and supports accountability for violation. As a member of International Committee, Japan is committed to promote peace, stability, and human dignity through diplomatic management, humanitarian assistance, and support for international institutions. Japan stands ready to work with all delegations to safeguard minority rights and restore peace in Sudan. Thank you.
It's been brought to attention that the delegate from Italy was caught using AI. I think I had very specifically mentioned that what would happen if anyone was caught using AI or internet access. I think I was very clear on that. Candidate from Italy is disqualified. No, they may sit, but they may sit. They will not be taking part in voting or any further contributions. You can sit and observe.
CB's decision, delegate. No interference when the committee is going on. It's a committee.
I said it once and I was very clear on that. Okay. So up next we have the delegate from South Africa. And with that we'll be closing our GSLs. You may begin.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, South Africa is thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to witness this committee's sudden burst of concern for Sudan. Truly, it's inspiring how some nations remember the word human rights only when cameras are rolling. What is happening in Sudan is not a tragedy, not a humanitarian concern, and certainly not a complex conflict. It is a deliberate destruction of minority communities while the international community hides behind procedure and excuses. Let's call it what is ethnic cleansing, and let's call out what many states in this room are doing. Nothing. Some delegations who fuel conflicts with weapons now lecture us about peace. Others preach sovereignty while minority are butched in the streets. And a few prefer to talk about political balance instead of acknowledging the mass graves peeling up in Darfur. South Africa will not join this hypocrisy. Our stance is clear. The atrocities against the Masalit, Fur, Nuba, and other minorities must be recognized as targeted ethnic violence. We demand and enforce humanitarian access and a full criminal accountability. No exceptions, no immunity, no escape. Poses. Okay, point of personal privilege. You provided some extra time in the morning to other delegates. I have only 2 lines remaining, so let me complete. Do not interrupt again. If that exposes uncomfortable truths about certain states' involvement, then so be it. The lives of Sudan's minority matter more than anyone's diplomatic ego. South Africa refuses to stand by why entire people is wiped out. If others choose silence, there is no shame, but it will not be ours.
That was 2 lines? That was 2 lines? Okay. So, yeah, please take your seat. I just want to, again, stress on one thing. When we are doing a GSL, ideally what you don't want to do is to attack the opposition at that stage itself. You are ultimately the purpose of this council is to work with all stakeholders and come to a solution that benefits everyone. So the spirit, such a council requires a spirit of cooperation, of diplomacy. It's not a very popular word, but that's what's needed. So yes, I think I would hope that you'll take that into account next time. So with that, I think we'll close the GSL 2.
assemble first.
Okay. Since we have concluded GSL2, I think we'll leave the we'll keep the floor open for motions.
Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iran.
Yes. Please take your seats.
Are there any motions on the floor?
Any motions on the floor? Any motions on the floor from?
Any motions on the floor? Please raise your placards. Any motions on the floor? We find 3 motions on the floor.
Any others?
Any others? One sec. Iran, followed by South Africa,
South
followed by
South Sudan.
South Sudan. Iran, please tell your motion. Take a mic.
Avoiding external political interference in Sudan to prevent.
What you're trying to propose?
Yeah.
Bluntly the topic.
You first propose.
And mod or unmod for what duration?
Exactly what are you proposing?
Unmod cock.
You have to say that.
Unmod for 30 minutes.
Okay. Let unmod cock for
30 minutes.
30 minutes on.
Avoiding external political interference in Sudan.
Sorry, repeat again. Please no disturbance.
Avoiding external political interference in Sudan, especially the European Union and US allies, to avoid the recent Middle East destabilization situation.
Okay. How many of you are for the motion? For the motion, since who support that motion? Raise your placards.
So unmod session of 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So those who are for the motion raised by Iran, which is dealing with avoiding external influence and interference from the EU and the US. Those in favor of the motion, please
Those
lift
who are in favor of the motion, raise your placards
properly, as we had already discussed. Those in favor?
Clear majority, motion fails. In the clear majority.
And those against the motion?
Of course.
Okay.
The same block, they're against this motion.
Okay, the outcome is clear.
The motion fails to pass.
The motion passed by Iran fails to pass. Now, next we will be looking at South Africa.
South Africa.
Raise a motion of 30 minutes. Raise a motion of 30 minutes, 1 minute per delegate, on the topic assessing regional responsibility and collaborating mechanisms to manage Sudanese refugee flow.
Per delegate, 1 minute. Is a mod or an unmod?
Mod.
Mod.
Yeah.
So it is specified.
Mod for 30 minutes, 1 minute.
1 minute each delegate.
Regional responsibility.
Huh?
Topic, please.
Topic.
Assessing regional responsibilities and collaborative mechanisms to manage Sudanese refugee flow.
Delegates for the motion by USA.
By South Africa.
Sorry, by South Africa. By South Africa.
Yeah, those in favor of the motion may lift their placards.
Those in favor of the motion, raise the placards. Yeah, repeat the
Okay,
topic.
so the motion which was requested by the delegate of South Africa is for a moderated caucus of 30 minutes with 1 minute per delegate, discussing the
Listen, delegates, listen.
the regional responsibility and collaborative mechanisms that the countries assembled here can take to manage the refugee flow from Sudan. Is the topic clear? Or would you like me to repeat?
For the motion by the delegate of South Africa.
Those for the motion.
For means who supports the motion. Delegates who are against the
There's
motion. Seems none in a simple majority of 2/3, the motion passes.
Motion is passed.
To hear the motion of the
South Sudan.
delegate of South Sudan. Please. Will this motion pass?
Just a doubt, is Adup proposing motions for mod or unmod? Both we can.
That is something you can propose.
Okay.
So the delegate from Iran proposed an unmod. The delegate from South Africa has proposed a mod, and then we put it to a vote.
Okay. The delegate of South Sudan proposes the unmod for half an hour to discuss strategies for ensuring the protection of minorities in Sudan while fully respecting the sovereignty of the Sudanese state and promoting solutions that are locally led and non-interfering.
I think it's a very long topic. I think then
I'll okay. Discuss strategies for ensuring protection of minorities in Sudan while fully respecting sovereignty of Sudanese state and promoting solutions which are local-led and non-interfering.
Yeah, I think that you've already kind of said by saying that it respects Sudan's sovereignty. So we'll put this to vote. So you have proposed the 30 minutes unmoderated caucus. So South Sudan has proposed a 30 minutes unmoderated caucus discussing protection strategies for minorities while respecting Sudan's right to sovereignty. So those in favor of the motion may lift their placards.
Those who are in the favor of
Those
the
who are in favor of the motion.
Support the motion.
Who
Please raise your placards. The motion.
Those against, just to clarify this for, and those against the motion. I think the vote is clear.
The motion fails.
So with that, we will be moving to a 30-minute moderated caucus as raised by South Africa, discussing the regional responsibility and collaborative mechanisms to manage Sudan's refugee outflow. The floor is now open for speakers.
Okay. Delegates who wish to speak can raise your placards on the moderated caucus. Delegate of South Africa, delegate of USA, delegate of Russia, delegate of India, delegate of Saudi, delegate of UK, delegate of Iran, delegate of South Sudan. Raise your placards.
Since this is an issue that regarding refugee outflow, I want all the African nations to contribute.
South Sudan, delegate of Nigeria, delegate of Uganda, delegate.
So we're keeping 1 minute.
We'll go. She said 5 minutes. Fine. Delegate of USA can start. We'll start a timer.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we start? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to emphasize that the Sudanese refugee crisis is not an isolated humanitarian issue. It's one of the largest displacement emergencies in the world today. Millions of Sudanese civilians, including minority groups such as the Muslits, the Nubas, the Fur, have been forced to cross borders. In this context, the USA has worked consistently to build trust and strengthen its regional responsibility. Washington remained the largest humanitarian donor to the Sudanese civilians. Since 2004, it has supported through UNHRC, WFP, and regional governments. We have supported rapid funding for refugee camps in Eastern Chad as well. We have worked closely with South Sudan to stabilize the transit points and provided logistical and diplomatic backing to ensure border remains open for those fleeing violence. The United States contributes 28 to 30% of all global humanitarian funding every year for Sudan. Thank you.
Delegate of Russia. The time starts.
Hello.
Now.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Russian federalism takes the floor with a simple message. You cannot manage refugees' flows if you refuse to address the actors who created them. Sudan's civilizations are not failing because of nature, they are failing because external sponsors continues to fuel a war that was never theirs. Today we speak of regional responsibility. Very well, then let us be honest. Neighboring states must secure their borders, regulate the flow of arms, and stop providing soft, safe havens to armed groups that terrorize minorities and push them across borders. Russia believes refugee protection must not become a political bargaining chip for states seeking foreign aid or geopolitical leverage. Human beings are not currency, they are victims of a conflict by covered supply chains, illegal financing, and cross-border militaries. Our approach is clear and paramagnetic. Russia calls for a regional refugee.
Your time is up. So if you like, you can finish that point, complete the sentence, and then I would suggest you stop.
Russia approach is clear and paramagnetic. Russia calls for a regional refugee coordination platform. Russia proposed
I
joint
think that's
border
it.
security units.
That's it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite the delegate from India.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, today's discussion focuses on assessing regional responsibilities and collaborative mechanisms to manage Sudanese refugee flows, a crisis that now impacts multiple African states and the wider international community. The ongoing conflict in Sudan has forced millions of civilians to flee, creating one of the fastest growing displacement emergencies in the world. Neighboring countries including South Sudan, Chad, Egypt, Ethiopia, Uganda and Kenya are facing immense pressure as refugees to continue to cross borders in search of safety, food and dignity. However, the burden of this crisis cannot remain solely on bordering states. Refuge protection must be treated as a shared regional responsibility, grounded in humanitarian law, respect for human rights, and moral duty. Countries must commit to equal access to asylum, legal protection, medical care, and education for displaced Sudanese communities.
Your time is up, so I think close with your final thoughts.
Especially vulnerable groups such as women, children, and ethnic minorities. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite the delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia believes that a regional responsibility is not a slogan. It is an obligation that music must be matched with action, not rhetoric. During the 2023 Sudan crisis, Saudi Arabia evacuated more civilians than any other state in the region, provided immediate shelter, medical care, and ensured safety passage for all nationalists without discrimination. Today, we urge this committee to build collaborative mechanisms that work. Joint humanitarian corridors supervised by neutral observers, a pooled regional fund for refugees relief, coordinated screening systems to protect women, children, and minorities, and a transparent monitoring framework to prevent arms from reaching either warning side. Because this crisis responsibility is regional, but humanity is universal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call UK.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the United Kingdom is once again here to remind this committee of something very simple. Human lives are not bargaining chips. Yet the Sudanese people are paying the price every single day while certain actors keep pretending the crisis is someone else's responsibility. We see families walking for days to cross into the other neighboring countries already under strain, yet somehow showing more humanity than some well-resourced states who prefer statements over action. Impressive priorities, truly. The UK stance is clear: shared responsibility, protection of minorities, and real support for neighbors absorbing refugee flows. If a nation's actions fuel instability or obstruct aid, then it is part of the problem, and no one will disguise that. The UK will work with states committed to solutions, not excuses. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite South Africa.
Honorable Chair, South Africa believes that the Sudanese refugee crisis is not only a humanitarian emergency, but a regional responsibility that demands coordinated and a principled action. As Africa continues to host some of the world's largest displaced population, we must strengthen collective mechanisms rather than leaving frontline states to shoulder this burden alone. South Africa calls 3 key steps. First, empowering the African Union and neighboring states to create a secure humanitarian corridors to ensure a safe passage for civilians. Second, establishing a regional responsibility sharing framework where financial, logistical, and resettlement support is divided equitably across Africa. Third, enhancing partnership with UNHRC to improve documentation, healthcare, and education services for the refugees. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Iran.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Iran believes that the responsibility for addressing Sudan refugee crisis lies first with the region itself. Sudan is an African nation whose displacement directly affects neighboring African and Asian countries, not distant geopolitical powers of USA or Europe allies. Today, millions of Sudanese minorities have fled away from countries like Chad, South Sudan, Egypt, Ethiopia, and even states across Red Sea. These are facing pressure of mass refugee flows. These states cannot and should not bear the burden alone. Iran firmly supports the creation of regional cooperative and sovereignty respect mechanism led by African and Asian nations. Such mechanism includes humanitarian corridor, cross-border aid coordination. Sudan does not need to another externally driven model that risks repeating the tragic outcomes seen in Iraq or Afghanistan, Libya in the history. It needs region responsibility, local expertise,
Your
and
time is up.
collaborative
Please conclude. Complete, sir.
Mechanism rooted in Africa and Asia solidarity. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite South Sudan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Republic of South Sudan is one of the most affected neighboring countries. The conflict in Sudan has resulted in mass influx of refugees and returning. As of now, South Sudan hosts over 1 million Sudanese refugees as reported by UN agencies and other organizations working along the Sudan and South Sudan border. Many of these individuals who have arrived as refugees have since established business in South Sudan or engaged in professional roles such as university lecturers and medical professionals. South Sudan believes that managing this refugee flow requires strong regional collaboration, not fragmented responses. We call for strengthening the AU and IGAD-led coordination mechanisms to ensure equitable burden sharing, streamlined refugee registration, and safe humanitarian access. Host states must be supported through predictable international funding, while border management and protection systems must prioritize the safety of all minority groups fleeing violence. Thank you.
Delegate of Sudan and Turkey, no cross talk when the mod is going on. Please not cross.
Before we continue with the next delegate, I would just like to ask, does Sudan have anything to say with regards to this issue? The flow of refugees from Sudan to other countries. Is there anything that you would like to say on that? I can give you some time. We can continue with the other speakers, and then till then you can prepare a response if you would like to talk. Okay. So we have another 4 nations who are speaking, so you have about 4 minutes. So you can prepare a response. Next up, I'd like to invite Nigeria.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, as the delegate of Nigeria, I would like to emphasize the urgent need of regional responsibility and collaborate mechanism in addressing the Sudanese crisis. The ongoing conflict in Sudan has forced hundreds of thousands of civilians to flee. Neighboring countries in creating severe humanitarian challenges. Nigeria believes that regional cooperation is a key. And finally, Nigeria encourages the international community to support African-led solution through funding, technical assistance, and capacity buildings rather than imposing external agendas. Only through shared responsibility and collaboration can the region effectively manage Sudan. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Next up, we have the delegate from Uganda.
Honorable Chair, the Republic of Uganda believes that managing Sudanese refugee flows is not only a humanitarian duty but a regional responsibility that requires true cooperation, predictable support, and shared accountability. Uganda stands as one of Africa's leading refugee hosting nations, sheltering people from South Sudan,
DRC, and beyond. Our experience shows a simple truth. When conflict expands, borders cannot be the only safety nets. Regions must act together. Uganda highlights strengthening regional coordination. Bodies like the African Union, IGAD, and East African Committee must harmonize border policies, share real-time data, and coordinate emergency planning. Protecting minorities and vulnerable groups. Women, children, and ethnic minorities fleeing Sudan need special safeguards. Thanks.
Yep. Next we have Kenya.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, Kenya is deeply concerned by the rising Sudanese refugee flows, which place heavy pressure on neighboring states and increase risks for minority groups. Kenya believes this challenge requires shared regional responsibility and coordinated action. Kenya calls for, firstly, IGAD-led cross-border coordination to ensure safe and efficient human corridors. Secondly, join AU IGAD protection teams to support host communities and safeguard vulnerable minorities. Thirdly, fair burden sharing, where international partners provide resources while African institutions lead the response. Kenya stands committed to a united, human, and regionally driven approach to protecting Sudanese refugees. Thank you.
There's Germany.
Next
we have Germany. And then it will be Sudan.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Germany believes that the protection of minorities and the prevention of humanitarian crises are shared responsibility. We emphasize the importance of strengthening early warning systems, improving coordination between regional organizations, and supporting the capacity of local government to respond effectively. We also stress the need for transparent reporting, accountability for violations, and international cooperation. Germany stands ready to support initiatives that provide humanitarian aid. Together, through strong global mechanisms and collaboration, we can prevent the crisis before they turn into tragedies. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, would Sudan like to say anything with regards to the current agenda? Please pass them the mic.
I have to know who allotted the portfolios first.
Yes, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
We as Sudan would like our Western alliance and other nations to help us fight this crisis and emergency against the country. We are opening our help from UN and other international organizations to maintain regional and security. We are finally against the country trying to trade arms into our country and gives each of millions. Thank you.
Nish?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to add, or you're done?
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
It is very, very much hard to see the delegate of Sudan itself not speaking on the issue, despite being asked by the delegate of what is happening.
floor?
Any motions on the floor to be presented before the Council and the EB?
The last motion on the floor. Are there any motions on the floor? Are there any other motions other than South Africa?
Any delegates with motions on the floor may raise their placards.
Raise your placards. Delegate of Iran.
Delegate of Iran. Delegate of South Africa. Are there any other motions?
Even now, the delegate of Sudan would not wish to raise his placard for a motion. I'm sorry? You're going to draft your own resolution. Fine.
Okay.
Go with the motions.
Okay, so first the floor is open for the delegate of South Africa. The motion presented by South Africa for consideration is an unmoderated caucus of 30 minutes around the topic of strengthening global mechanisms to prevent the humanitarian crisis and for minority protection. That is the motion that's presented by South Africa. So we will be opening the floor to votes. Oh, no, okay. I think what we'll do is first we let Iran also just...
Motion for 10 minutes moderate caucus with 45 seconds speaking. Reducing external barriers and sanctions that affect humanitarian assistance to Sudanese refugees.
Sorry? Once again.
Reducing external barriers and sanctions that affect humanitarian assistance to Sudanese refugees.
It's a mod for 10 minutes with 45 seconds for each delegate.
Okay. So you proposed a 10-minute moderated caucus with around 45 seconds per speaker. Yes. So, yes, so we already know what the motion raised by South Africa is. The motion raised by Iran is for a 10-minute moderated caucus with 45 seconds per speaker centered on the topic of decreasing sanctions, that affect the ability to deliver humanitarian aid to regions of Sudan. Is in brief, is what was discussed. And I think now we'll put... Yeah, first let's proceed. Let's first take a... We'll do one thing. Let's first take a vote on the mod that Iran's raised for 10 minutes. Those who are in favor of the 10-minute mod of 45 seconds around the topic of decreasing sanctions with the view of helping humanitarian aid to be delivered to the region, please put your placards up. Those in favor.
Those who are in favor of the motion by delegate of Iran, please raise your placards. 1, 2. Down. The motion fails because majority is not achieved.
Okay. So then we'll move with the next motion raised by South Africa for an unmoderated caucus on strengthening global mechanisms to prevent the humanitarian crisis and to protect minorities for 30 minutes. Those in favor, please raise their placards.
You have to mention something. You can then raise. Please raise your placards properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 by 3rd majority, the motion by South Africa passes for an unmoderated caucus for 30 minutes. You can start. Delegate of Canada became too lazy. In slow motion you pick the placard. You have to wait that you'll pick the placard or not. You can start.
Yes, who would like to start?
Start. Who wishes to start? Mike, please, Mike.
It's okay, I don't need mic.
But we need mic.
Okay. So, according to current UN system, detects that there is a crisis after violence has already been escalated. Okay, so minority communities like Masalit, Nuba, etc. suffer first because early signs have been ignored. Now, to strengthen this, we need a real-time satellite monitoring, digital displacement tracking, AI-based risk assessment will allow the UN to intervene before atrocities begin. This is what I like as a delegate of South Africa.
This is an unmod, I think.
I think you should all speak.
Yeah. This is an unmod, so you can question them. You can cross question.
Even I want that the UNHRC, OCHA, and other regional bodies to work independently for this.
The UNHRC in principle is an independent body already, so I would like to. This what you're saying implies something very negative.
The delegate of South Sudan would like to would like to understand how AI-based risk assessment will be executed.
I'm sorry?
How AI-based risk assessment? So
assessment will be
they advocated AI-based risk assessment. How are you going to do that?
Please answer.
Yeah.
She's
Raised a valid question.
But she's waiting for an answer. I'm sorry that should not be.
Hey, but South Sudan's raised a very valid question.
Point of?
Can we ask other delegates who didn't speak up so that they can also take part in unmoderated?
We have asked multiple times. They are not coming up.
Except because the delegate of USA, Saudi Arabia, we all have spoke up really nice. So I want them to discuss in unmoderated caucus. Okay, let it be. I want other delegates to discuss.
Okay, I'll shift the discussion to other delegates, but I want an answer for this question. This is a good question. It's a very good question. Yes. So while South Africa is discussing, would anyone else like to talk? Does Iran have a take on this?
Mic to Iran, please.
History has seen it is just an old habit of US and its allies using the surveillance as a fancy term for spying the other countries through AI-based or satellite-based.
The point is, I have nothing to do with the crisis that's happening in Sudan. As per the OCHA report 2023, USA has donated over 20 billion in aid next to UK for the Sudan crisis. I can just withdraw my support from Sudan. I have nothing to do. Neither am included in any of the arms deal, nor am I request everyone to.
History has seen in the Iraq that US invaded the Iraq for the oil control. The same way you are trying to invade the Sudan for the gold reserves control.
See, then you should come up with proper proofs that I am taking gold in exchange for what?
Please avoid crosstalk during the session.
So the main thing that US, to be precise, USA was the first country who recognized that the genocide will happen in Darfur back in 2000.
Yes, even in Iraq, US was the first country to help Iraq. And again they invaded Iraq for the oil control, oil reserves control. The same way the US might be trying to take over Sudan for the gold reserves control.
Statements given by you are correct. Then since 2004, it's been like close to 20 years. Did I take over Sudan? I would ask Sudan, did USA take over your country? Any part? Was it involved in the separation of RSF and SAF?
I think
During the George Bush presidency, it was
I
clearly
think
told.
this discussion is getting a bit derailed. I want to remind that the theme of this unmoderated caucus was about strengthening the global mechanism to prevent the humanitarian crisis and how we are going to protect minorities in the present. I think
Before the US speaks on the minorities, let you remind that first to take back your sanctions that you have imposed on the countries, on the Sudan. The sanctions are impacting a lot to making a humanitarian aid reach the minorities.
Honorable Chair, I think the delegate of Iran is diverting the topic here.
I would talk in terms of what are the solutions that you're advocating. So you have mentioned that sanctions is an issue.
Yeah.
please present it in a way where it aligns with the actual agenda.
The European countries and the US to take back the sanctions that they have imposed on the. Yeah, but you are misusing it. You are using it for the humanitarian aid. Yeah. Any proof?
4.6 billion through food assistance via UNHRC.
Yes.
We have supported the refugee camps and donated over 1.2 billion. Now, what we as a global power, or why the West is more involved in this, what we want to do in a country like Sudan is, we want to call for a deployment of UN civilization protection team in the high-risk zone. What it will do is, the refugees who are fleeing to the 7 neighboring countries of Sudan, we want to stop that in Sudan itself. So if you have a UN civilian protection team in Sudan itself, it will prevent the rise of local crisis which will lead to genocide. Second thing, what we as I guess UK and Saudi will also agree to this, including Russia, we want to establish a safe humanitarian zone for minorities.
Russia wants to establish a safe minority zone. Could you repeat? Could you repeat?
We as the Western countries or the superpowers want to
Russia as a Western country.
all the countries,
Yes. All the countries believes that.
Mention it a block, not Western.
No, it's.
I said Western countries and Russia.
Okay, fine.
So establishment of a safe humanitarian zone for minorities like the Muslims and the Uyghurs. This safe humanitarian zone will be protected by the AU-UN hybrid forces. So AU also has a stance on this. UN also has a stance on this. So instead of going directly either for UN or for a AU-based hybrid force, let's bring in a coalition of both of them. See, our agenda is clear. We want to stop the atrocities.
Yes.
We want to stop the crisis. We want to stop the refugees fleeing to other countries.
Yeah.
So these are the two basic things that we as countries, instead of, we are anyway giving humanitarian.
The same way you have stated in the 2003 that we'll destroy the weapons of mass destruction and protect the minorities in Iraq. Then what happened?
See, again, this we have to stick to the topic.
Exactly.
We can't.
So just now you have told Western powers and Russia are trying to make peace.
So,
Like,
so
I have something to say.
yeah. So they have presented their possible solution. You have mentioned part of an alternative solution that you're advocating, one of which is reversing sanctions.
Yeah.
I would like you to talk more in terms of that. Your solution, how is that going to help this in a way that is better than what they are proposing? I think I would prefer if the discussion
Being
happens.
Iran myself as a victim of sanctions by the US and the Western powers, we can understand that how the sanctions make the minorities and the common people living very tough.
This is not about Iran. It's about
I am not
Sudan.
speaking about Iran. I am just giving an example.
It's
So,
an example,
yes.
but we are talking about Sudan, right?
Very particular. If we revoke the sanctions, there will be trade shipments of arms ammunition.
See,
Again.
Okay, I'm going to just cut in here. So sanctions the principle of sanctions. I'll just mention the principle of sanctions to you. The principle of sanctions is a way of pressurizing forces within the country that is being sanctioned to come to the peace table or to advocate that is the principle of it. You are creating a pressure on them. What happens when you take off the sanctions is that pressure on them to come to the table and indulge in peace talks is no longer there. So if you are asking for these sanctions to be taken off, what are you doing in place of that will still strengthen the overall mechanism to prevent the humanitarian crisis from getting worse? And how are you going to protect the minorities now after taking off sanctions? That is the question.
Well, after taking off the sanctions, we will take a safety measures for illegal transport of the weapons and all.
Yes, so can you expand on the measures? Talk about the measures.
That's what the point is. Please.
No, at this stage, we are talking about solutions. So they have proposed a set of solutions. You propose another set of solutions,
Yeah.
which you think will address this issue. That's what we want.
We'll make as one of the best safety measure to stop the illegal weapon transport through not making the interference of European alliances and US. Yeah.
Properly, like that the point is you told like if the US remove the sanctions, do you think still the
The economy will recover, of course. The economy of Sudan will recover if the sanctions are removed. Yeah. Yeah.
Even if the sanctions are reversed, that doesn't change the fact that right now 50% of Sudan is under the control of the RSF at the time of research, and the SAF is recognized as the government as things stand in the UN, but they do not have control over the whole country.
But here our intention isn't to stop
So
RSF, it is more to protect the minorities, right?
So yes, so then how, so that is where, again, getting back to the topic, you have asked for sanctions to be reversed, I understand. What are the mechanisms that you want in place to protect the minorities? And you have said that you don't want any active Western interference. You don't want the US and the European Union to be involved in monitoring. Who do you want to be involved in that monitoring? Because there will be a need for someone to monitor.
Yeah, the Asia and African alliance are enough to.
So you're in favor of the African alliance doing it? Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll let them speak, but also I do want to bring the discussion back to the question that was raised by South Sudan.
Yeah, sure.
I think once they've answered that, then we'll keep the floor open for them.
So
Question was regarding AI-assisted
risk assessment. So my point was that all the global powers, we together build up something AI-based risk assessment, which will be completely in the hands of UN, not in anyone's hand, but in the hands of the UN, which will, before any atrocities, they can see whether what's happening. We can map the refugee camps with that.
Mapping of refugees is already done by UN operational data portal, right?
But
do we need AI again?
Do you think it's working out?
Yes.
My point is to improve that. My point is to improve that. We all together will stand together and will help to improve out so that it will work better. Exactly.
You want to make use of AI and predictive analytics to predict the atrocities that are going to happen, or like what is, can you please?
Yes.
The hotspots, the potential hotspots.
Yes. Yeah.
So that is a form of risk assessment. Then
risk assessment, yeah.
Then what happens after the risk has been assessed?
This will be completely in UN hands, right? So exactly, it's in the hands of United Nations hands. We are not even.
Does South Sudan have any follow-up questions? You have questions? South Sudan has a question.
What the delegate of South Sudan asked is how AI will be integrated, how the credibility of AI in risk assessment.
Can you repeat the question? Yeah, just repeat the question once.
Yeah.
We already have the capability of manpower induced risk assessment.
Yes.
Okay, suppose that is 80% of what we can assess the risk.
Okay.
Regular chat GPTs and what we use. It has a very high-end versions where OpenAI and all these people are working with. So what we can do is, it can add up to the risk assessment that we are capable of as humans, and 5-10% increment in the risk assessment can even help the Sudan come out of the crisis maybe in a shorter time.
There is no involvement, I will be very clear. There is no involvement of. Exactly.
Risk assessment to
AI.
It's just an add-on benefit which will be in the hand of
Let me get it very clear to the delegate of Iran. There will be no involvement of any Western countries or any African Union countries. It will be totally in the hands of United Nations. This is for the development of Sudan territory, not for any of us. This is for Sudan.
Again, I think we're getting we're getting round and round the topic. We have about 10 minutes left. I want to move the discussion to other countries. Yes, I'd like to hear more from that side and from there. Australia, Italy, Japan. Any thoughts? Yes, Nigeria. What is your take on this issue?
So good afternoon, Chair. So as a delegate of Nigeria, we support South Africa and US, and Nigeria believes that it is the best way to prevent humanitarian crisis.
So Nigeria supports.
Yes.
Okay. India. Yes.
I have a question for South Sudan. How does South Sudan plan to strengthen its institutions to protect civilians and minorities during ongoing instability? I'll repeat. How does South Sudan plan to strengthen its institutions to protect civilians and minorities during ongoing instability?
The question is for South Sudan.
Okay, the delegate of South Sudan would like to express the thoughts of South Sudan on sorry, can you please repeat again?
How does institutions to protect civilians and minorities during ongoing instability?
South Sudan is working on strengthening the institutions to cater the minority groups, those who are displaced during Sudan crisis. South Sudan also was going to call upon the UN to ensure the frameworks to ensure aid reaches population. South Sudan was going to call UN to support it in strengthening the institutions. And also the delegate of South Sudan would like to express the solutions of South Sudan on the Mod Caucus. The delegate of South Sudan believes it is important to strengthen the existing mechanisms before you conceiving the new ones. As of now, as the caucus motion is global mechanisms, we believe it is essential to strengthen the mechanisms like JEDA agreement and JUDA agreement. We have done CAP as well. So these all should be strengthened before we go ahead with other new global mechanisms.
Strengthened how? No, that's where I want to bring up. So at this point, when we are saying something needs to be strengthened or something needs to be, we are at the point where we have to bring up solutions. So when you're proposing that something needs to be strengthened, as I mentioned to Iran as well, how are you planning to strengthen?
South Sudan believes in dialogue and encourages all the actors to participate in dialogue. It is a neutral country.
Good things need to change so that better things can take its place. I think the conditions
The 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 delegate of South Sudan believes. Yes. Yes. The delegate of South. Just a moment.
But morning they stated these are false claims. Morning Sudan stated all the false claims. Now those are not false claims. They are urging for help. Help, yes. If somebody is in crisis, isn't your duty as to help them as a nation, as a global power? You should help them, right? Is it your duty also to help Sudan to come out of that crisis? Yes. It's all of us duty. Portfolios are present, whoever delegates are present. It's all of our duty to all these terms that we have proposed is in proper coalition with the 7 neighboring countries. I guess they have also agreed to it. Sudan has also agreed to it. So I guess the countries who are not agreeing to it must have some internal motivation to or some internal benefit. They might endorse action.
The delegate of South Sudan believes, agrees with all the measures and mechanisms, but also emphasizes the need to implement those existing mechanisms effectively, because I'll tell you the example. In 2005, we came up with the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, and then in May 2023, I guess, we came up with Jeddah Agreement. So we have to implement those existing well, and also we can implement new as well. Both is important, I believe.
We have 4 minutes left. So if anybody else wants to speak, I think this is the time. Yes, Uganda has something to say.
For Uganda, protecting minorities is not an external agenda. It is essential for stability across a region. So I support South Africa for this.
You're supporting South Africa. Okay.
Mike, India.
Please pass the mic after you're done using it.
We as a bloc, what we try to conclude is, our only quest is to stabilize all this chaos happening out there. So once all this is settled, the internal thing that is going on, the civilian war which is going on, once that is stabilized, we can go and talk about the economy, we can talk about the trade and all those stuff. But Iran is just trying to talk about something which is in a hypothetical context.
How are you stabilizing?
That's what we have proposed resolutions, right? Call for urgent deployment of UN civilian protection team and establishment of safe.
What this was supposed to be is a step that you discuss towards the resolution.
We would have liked more emphasis on the solutions.
Accepted by the seven
So, yes, so we would have liked the solutions to be brought before the chair, at least in some detail. When we talk about you're going to stabilize the region, how will you stabilize? When you're talking about risk assessment, that where AI was brought in, okay, once you have assessed risk, what next? Those are points where we didn't get, not only have they not questioned what happens after that, which is very important, but also we have not received a satisfactory explanation. It is one thing to assess risk, but once you have assessed risk, what are you going to do? The risk to the region, how are you going to keep those people safe?
Yeah, the 3 points that we have come up with. The first is the call for an urgent deployment of UN civilian protection team to high-risk zones, including the Western Darfur. It will first of all prevent the genocide in that particular area inside Sudan itself. The second is establishment of same humanitarian zone, which is monitored by AU-UN hybrid forces inside Sudan itself, so that there is no clash between UN and AU forces. The third is the creation of a UN supervised arms monitoring corridor along the trafficking routes between Chad and UAE and conflict zone in Sudan. So all these 3 things, what it will do is, it will prevent the refugees from going to other countries. They can reside in the safe humanitarian zones. We can prevent the attacks prior through the UN civilian protection teams. And the third is we can prevent the arms deals and gold transaction, as you said, through the UN supervised arms monitoring corridor. All 3 can lead to a stable government, and which in turn, if the previous motions or the rules will come into play.
Okay, I think before we close the unmod, there's just 1 or 2 questions I have. I hope that is factored into the draft resolutions. One being that in all of this, there is a need for negotiation with both the factions which are involved in the conflict in Sudan, both your SAF and your RAF. It is how are you going to manage that? Because the SAF is making use of air force to bomb regions. There is sufficient evidence to prove that the RSF is using drone warfare. So when you are creating safe corridors, when you're trying to create a route for refugees to access humanitarian aid safely, these are also factors that need to be accounted for in any draft resolutions. So I hope that will be taken into account. So I think with that we'll close the unmoderated caucus. And now, yeah, we will keep 10 minutes for lobbying. So it is 3, it is, right now it's, yeah, 3. So at 3:10, okay, we'll give 15 minutes for lobbying. 3:15 onwards, we'll get straight to voting on resolutions.
Problems. So please mention all the signatures, primary resolution, who makes the primary resolution, everything.
And again, it's not just about drafting the resolution, it's also about talking to each of the individual delegates and getting support.
Yeah.
So please, all those involved in drafting the resolutions, make sure you go around and talk to the delegates, try and convince them about the strong points in your resolution, and then we'll see what happens when we vote.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes. No, actually, we said 3:15, right? 3:15, so we have 7.
Delegates, I hope you are ready with your resolutions to be drafted. Hello, photographers. Biga annam pedutunara lesson antra first. All sign చేస్తున్నారు అది ఫోటో తీయు షేక్ హ్యాండ్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు ఫోటో తీయు అది అదే మీరు ఇప్పుడు నిలబడుకొని చూడాలి ఆ ఫోటో వీడియో తీసి వెళ్ళాడు లైవ్ ఒక ఫోన్ తీసుకున్నాడు దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళండి Delegates have 5 minutes more to finalize your resolutions and submit it to the executive board. అలా డిస్కస్ చేసేది ఫొటోస్ది ఇక్కడ సైన్స్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఫొటోస్ది ఆ డిస్కషన్స్ ఫొటోస్ది బొచ్చు
supporting
All the delegates submit your resolutions to the EB right now. I'm sorry? The Digital India, what? Delegates, take your seats. Delegates are asked to please take your seats. This is the final call for all the delegates. Delegates, please take your seats. This will be the final call. We are going to wind up this session by 3:30 p.m. sharp, and we'll be announcing the 3 titles: Best Delegate, High Command, and Special Mention. Okay? So please sit down. No crosstalk. Delegate of Uganda, delegate of Kenya, no crosstalk.
We have received 2 resolutions at this moment of time. We have received 2.
No, there is one papered resolution. Who has made the 3rd resolution? Turkey. Your resolution. Please submit it. Submit it to us.
Usually when we get to the draft resolution stage, or whatever resolutions are made have to be submitted to the chair for consideration and for further voting. So I'll be reading the resolutions. Or should we ask them to explain?
No, you'll have to read.
Okay. So firstly, I'll be going through the resolution passed by Iran, which calls to establish an Asia-Africa Refugee Coordination Task Force, calls for the creation of a joint Asia-Africa Refugee Coordination Task Force, which includes Sudan's neighbors, that being Chad, South Sudan, Egypt, Ethiopia, and supportive Asian states such as UAE, Iran, India, and China, with the purpose of coordinating cross-border movement tracking, refugee registration, humanitarian needs assessment, protection of vulnerable minorities.
How many clauses have you mentioned in clear?
Mentioned.
No. Okay, call
It's
for
very
this. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5.
4 points that they've asked for. Yeah. This is.
Creation of joint. That is also written. 1 minute. Delegate of Iran, please give a clarity on this. Calls for the creation of a joint Asia-Africa Refugee Coordination Task Force. Is this also a point of resolution? It is also a clause? The first one. This is the clause.
That's one of the conditions you want.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Which is?
So these are just points. So
you have only one resolution. Yeah. Only one clause.
Yeah. Establishing Asia.
So hope you guys understood. Iran has only one clause. With that? Yeah.
Those in favor?
Yeah. Those are in favor of this resolution.
May raise their placards now.
I hope you guys heard. Those are against this resolution. 2 delegates are busy. South Sudan, you have supported it? You are abstained from it. Fine. Okay. This resolution fails to pass. Okay. The next. Complete this.
Yes. This is by them.
This is by Turkey, Sudan, and Canada.
Okay.
This,
Yeah.
And, then go for each clause. We'll see. Remember that this will be a clause-based voting. Every clause will be read out, and we'll ask for your vote. Okay. It's not like an vote on entire resolution. Only clause-based. So okay.
Okay, so now the next resolution which we will be discussing is passed by Turkey and its allies. The sponsors being the Republic of Turkey, South Sudan and Canada, with signatories from Australia and Japan. The clauses include: guided by the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, specifically Article 2(7) regarding the non-interference in the internal affairs of state, and reaffirming the sovereignty, territorial integrity and political independence of the Republic of Sudan. Okay. So there's a initial introduction which communicates their overall stance on the issue, which ultimately reaffirms Sudan's sovereignty and right to manage its own issues in a manner where there is no external interference. What they are proposing is that Clause 1 involves demanding an immediate and durable cessation of all hostilities, conditioned on the withdrawal of paramilitary forces from civilian infrastructure, hospitals, and private homes in Khartoum, Darfur, and Kordofan, to allow for the safe return of displaced persons. That is Clause 1. Clause 2 is, it urges all member states to strictly enforce an arms embargo on all non-state actors and paramilitary groups operating within Sudan, and requests the establishment of a panel of experts to investigate illicit supply chains funding these entities. Third clause includes establishing a sovereign humanitarian corridor centered at Port Sudan, ensuring that all international relief efforts are coordinated with the legitimate Sudanese authorities to guarantee accountability and prevent aid diversion by warlords. Clause 4 offers logistical and technical support of the Republic of Turkey to spearhead an emergency medical and stabilization task force aimed at restoring functional healthcare capacity in conflict-affected zones. Clause 5 supports the convening of an inclusive Sudanese-led political dialogue to map the integration of armed groups into a unified national army and proposes Istanbul as a neutral venue for high-level mediation talks. Are the clauses clear for all the delegates assembled here? Would you like to take votes on a clause-by-clause basis? Okay. So, those in favor of clause 1, which is an immediate and durable cessation of hostilities conditioned on withdrawal of paramilitary forces from civilian infrastructure, hospitals, and private homes in Khartoum, Darfur, and Kordofan to allow for the safe return of displaced persons. Those in favor? Please raise their placards. Okay, so we have 5 votes in total. Moving on. Clause 2 urges all member states to strictly enforce an arms embargo on all non-state actors and paramilitary groups operating within Sudan and requests the establishment of a panel of experts to investigate illicit supply chains funding these entities. Those in favor? Yeah, the votes are clear. Clause 2 is accepted. Clause 3 establish a sovereign humanitarian corridor centered at Port Sudan, ensuring that all international relief efforts are coordinated with the legitimate Sudanese authorities to guarantee accountability and prevent aid diversion by warlords. Those in favor? Okay, so that's 5 votes. For the 4th clause, offers logistical and technical support of the Republic of Turkey to spearhead an emergency medical and stabilization task force aimed at restoring functional healthcare capacities in conflict-affected zones. Those in favor? Okay, we have 3 votes. Moving on. Supports the convening of an inclusive Sudanese-led political dialogue to map the integration of armed groups into unified national army and proposes Istanbul as a neutral venue for high-level mediation talks. Those in favor? 1. So the second clause, the second clause of this bill is passed. The remaining are rejected. With that, I think we'll we have the final resolution by South Africa. Right? Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to quickly discuss the final draft resolution, which was sponsored by the countries of South Africa and US, with signatories from Sudan, UK, Saudi Arabia, Russia, India, Japan, Italy. Yeah, there's a couple of them. So in brief, the committee recognizes the urgent need to enhance global capacity to prevent humanitarian crisis and protect vulnerable minority groups, expresses concern over the gaps, and affirms the importance of international and regional collaboration to ensure timely and effective crisis prevention mechanisms. I'm going to go over the clauses and take the vote immediately. So the first clause, please pay attention. The first clause is call for urgent deployment of UN civilian protection teams to high-risk regions, including Western Darfur. Those in favor, please raise their placards. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 6. And you have 11. Okay. So 11 votes in favor. Yeah, you may put your placards down. 11 votes in favor of clause 1. We are past that point now. How did Russia? I think we can discuss that later.
That we will discuss later. We'll get to that part. No, that part I have made, I have noticed. No. Arey, Ashfaq, don't worry. I have prepared something for Ashya. Yeah. No. Okay. The second clause is calls upon member states to strengthen safe refugee registration processes, prevent statelessness, and guarantee minority groups secure access to humanitarian assistance, including food, shelter, and medical aid. Those in favor? Calls upon member states to strengthen safe refugee registration process, prevent statelessness, and guarantee minority groups secure access to humanitarian assistance, including food, shelter, and medical aid. In favor or not? Okay. We have a near unanimous majority. Third clause. Creation of UN supervised arms monitoring corridors along known trafficking routes between Chad and UAE and conflict zones in Sudan. UN supervised arms monitoring corridors along Chad, UAE and conflict areas in Sudan. Those in favor? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. 13 votes in favor. Fourth clause supports the creation of a United Nations managed AI early warning mechanism to identify high-risk zones and trigger timely protective action. Those in favor?
I have a question on this. Who handles, which country handles the data? Is there any neutral committee or how does it? It will be after the UN. No, that cannot be question. I'm asking about data security.
Data security, overview, monitoring, who is doing all that?
UN. A neutral committee can be set by the UN. Only development you're going to do. No.
Okay. Finally, the final clause supports the establishment of a coordinated UN, AU, African Union, minority protection mechanism to harmonize standards, enhance information sharing, and promote equitable burden sharing among states responding to humanitarian displacement. Just those in favor? Yes. So, yes, the resolution has been passed. All the clauses are passed.
Okay, we'll talk about the 3 resolutions. One resolution by Iran, no, only one clause was there, that was not passed. The second, the Turkey gave a resolution in which one clause, the second clause was passed. And the third resolution by USA and South Africa. And that, how many clauses were passed? All the clauses were passed. So it's a win for the bloc which by USA and South Africa.
Yep.
Congratulations.
So with that, we conclude today's session. The session is now declared closed. I think we will move on to declaring the winners.
Wonderful session. So this session is completely beginner friendly and round of applause for everyone. So there are certain points where we'll discuss it in the next week. We don't want to waste much time here. We'll discuss in the next week. There were a lot of points where this USA and South Africa led bloc which took it very great, and the bloc which is opposite of it, it also tried its level best to get onto the path, which is way more best. As it is your first time, you have tried a lot, and kudos to you all. So we have taken a decision, and the decision of the best delegate, special mention, high command will be declared by the faculty coordinator, Dr. Sudha.
Yes. Good evening, all.
Sound.
Good evening, all. Yeah, it's an amazing session, right? Hope all of you enjoyed. Yes. So, I always feel privileged to be a faculty coordinator of Apollo Model UN Club. Since we were in the meeting, I was unable to attend this session since morning, but the discussion in the middle always registers, sir. Today he quoted several times with the other faculty members during the meeting that you people did a very amazing job. It's not one time, several times, wherever sir discusses about the student outcomes. It was a meeting regarding NAC. So wherever it comes, the reference points, student outcomes, extracurricular, clubs, he quoted our club. I was very happy. So I can say several times I say that I'm proud to be a part of this club. And I congratulate and I appreciate the coordinators, organizers, the student coordinators of this club, Shubhasmita and Yugavardhan and Mr. Vikram, yes, for organizing this event. Yes, we can say their efforts we can see from the arranging the things to organizing an event. And the other club members who have actively involved, the other photography clubs, media club who are being the part of this event, I thank them also. And the participants, I can see your dedication and commitment who have arrived before us. A very great teamwork, I can say. As Yugavardhan stated, this time we are taking it as beginner friendly. Many of you are participating for the first time. So we are considering the best performers based on that. And now I would like to announce the special mention goes to South Sudan, Harshita. Yes, the High Command goes to USA, Preetish. Can you say your department? You are from which department? MBBS third year. And South Africa, High Command goes to South Africa, Shubhasmita. 2. We are announcing 2. And the best delegate, it goes to Saudi Arabia, Reinhard. Yeah, big round of applause to them. And we appreciate all your efforts. Thank you all.
As we have already mentioned, this decision has been taken in view of the majority of participants taking it for the first time. We know that Pritish, Shubhasmita, all these people are experts in their own level. But the delegates who have touched that level, tried to match that sort of heat in the debate. So that basis, we have taken the BD and the special mentions as well. So we are happy to see that this was one of the, despite having multiple problems, we have successfully completed this session and we are happy for that. And special thanks to all these media team and the photography team, especially Jitya, Jeshwant, Farid, Hasini and Lokesh, all these people. I'm sorry, I don't know your names. But it is very much hard to, take a camera, stand for 8 hours and click pictures of you. For you, when you see the picture, it's the best moment for you. But for them, it's hard work. So for that, I need to appreciate. And, for live streaming, that was the biggest task for us today. Even yesterday, we have tested it and somehow we couldn't do it today. But at the last minute, I have to thank Hasit for personally helping me out. And thank you, Hasit. And Satvik and his team for helping us out in the entire IT stuff. Thank you so much, Satvik and the team. Yeah, so especially I would like to thank the EB. Apart from his entire busy schedule, he was able to give us some point of 8 hours of time and came and made us this possible. I'd like to give it to Vikram to speak a few words on this.
I didn't pay him to say nice things about me. I just want to clarify that from the beginning. Really,
my intention throughout this session was always, it was about giving everyone an opportunity to talk. So I hope I was able to do that in a small way. One thing I do want to stress, I think from the beginning, is that it is very important, and this is especially for the beginners, that sometimes you're going to be put in positions where you have to defend the actions of a country that you don't agree with personally. There may be a point where you may have to be pro-Pakistan, for example. Now, that time, there will be times where you will have to listen to personal attacks or something from, say, India, that will affect you. The most important thing in that context is to not take it personally. Okay, and in today's discussion, unfortunately it so happened that there were one or two countries who had to deal with more accusations than the other, and that is something that you have to prepare for, is that this is all in the spirit of debate, this is all in the spirit of being constructive, and at the end of the session, we need to just kind of let go of things and get back to normal. That is how it always needs to be. So this was a first experience for a lot of people, so I hope, I'm very sure that in the future sessions you'll be very active. I'll only end with one small thing, and this is something maybe you guys can do in the future when you're looking at research. When a country is for or against a motion, the first thing you need to ask yourself is why. There's always a why. So Ashfaq brought up a very interesting thing, which is that when have US and Russia ever been on the same side of a debate on anything? Even if you look at Russia, I'm just taking the example of Russia because that's something I looked at. Russia in the beginning was pro-RSF because there was a militia based in Russia called the Wagner Group, which was actively taking part in the war effort in Sudan. Then they switched to supporting the SAF because they were getting access to resources and ports and all of that. So there is a why. So when you are trying to design questions for individual countries, first you look at why. Once you understand the why is US saying this? Why is UAE doing this? Then you can ask the kind of questions, and you can also anticipate the kind of replies that you're going to get. So when you do that kind of research, then you don't need AI, you don't need data. So yeah, so that's all I want to end with. But I have to say, for a first attempt, I'm really glad that you all took part. You all did really well. Thank you.
I request every delegate to enter your details so that you can get the attendance. I'll share it with the deans. Hence, you'll get for morning session, you'll get the attendance. So you can check with, any student is following up there? No, it is his laptop.
Yeah, Ashfaq, you will take care of it, right? No, everyone will type their attendance.
So you can meet Ashfaq.
Okay.
Enter your details. Student name, registration number, school, department, you can enter so that you can get the attendance for the morning session. Thank you. Sure.
Everyone, including participants and all the organizers, come for a group photo.